It is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the kickoff hour. We start a Friday together. If you're listening live, we thank you for being with us, or if you're watching live. Eddie Van Adler, he's got all of TV rolling in there, and we appreciate him being here, part of the Good Time Gang. And over to my right is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, we're good.
How y'all doing?
Gentlemen.
How y'all doing?
Excited for the day.
I know. RBU this weekend. It's in the books, ready to go, and published Saturday morning. And we'll talk to Maddie Pruitt.
How about you, Maddie?
Yep.
Guys had a great time talking with her yesterday, and that'll be on this week's edition of RBU, and that's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's easy to search and find if you want to go to wherever you enjoy your podcast and search that. Make sure that you subscribe and listen and like and all the kind of good stuff, but also we have video versions of that. All that can be found at Rick and Bubba University. Make sure that you are following all the social media. And Adler does a really good job putting that together and sending that out on Saturday mornings. So if you are following us, then you get that notification that it's ready and available and you can enjoy. And I know, Helmsy, you've even talked about it before. You get your little cup of coffee on Saturday mornings and enjoy the podcast.
Yeah.
You know, I'm excited about next week's podcast.
What you
Pride
got?
of Childersburg, Bama Mark.
Yeah.
He's talking about his book, Wrestling and Religion. And I'm looking
Where'd
forward
that
to
come from?
Yeah, where did that
Where
come
did
from?
that
Just think
come
about
from?
who might be the next guest.
Okay.
When y'all were talking about it. And I thought, well, that'd be a good
You
one.
want to know who it
Kick
is?
that ant bed over.
I
Wow,
know.
early.
And here comes the phone call.
I just thought in my mind, that'd be a good one.
Let me
Well,
see.
he read his book
Yeah.
to us.
Greg, I know.
Granted,
I
it was
know.
4 pages, but
All
yeah.
right.
Sure.
Do you want to know who next week's is? By the way, next week, wow, okay, note to self, JC's birthday is next
Yeah,
Thursday.
you might want to write that down.
Bubba Watson will be with us.
I'll be down.
How about that?
He's got a.
I love that when we were talking through that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then you were saying, yeah, now Bubba Watson's scheduled now, and I'm excited. I'm like, man, it's a big deal. And the whole time Rick thought you were talking about Bubba Wallace, the NASCAR driver.
yeah. He talking about pulling the curtain back.
That'd be a little different here.
A little different.
This is
Rick
a
was like,
golfer.
oh, I thought we were talking to the
Little
NASCAR
different.
driver.
Hey, Bubba
Little
Wallace.
different.
I wouldn't ask him how Michael Jordan was as a car owner.
Yeah. I can work on that. You know. So
I guess Bama Mark's the week after.
yeah. We're gonna do that. A couple of stories here that we got to talk about today. First of all, we'll sound the alarm on Beth Moen's game of the weekend too. We have that, and that's ready to kind of just give you a heads up. It's our little service to you guys, a little PSA. Watch out for Beth and what game that she has this coming weekend. Two big stories, and we don't have to break them down. One is an update, and that is that the skeleton remains was Brian Laundrie's. The FBI came out and
it
confirmed
was
that.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
So the remains have been confirmed, and that's him.
Okay.
And so
And you wonder, did he off himself?
I know.
Did he? Yeah, he had to because he knew
Yeah.
the area. He knew
Right.
if he couldn't just. I think he went there and took his own life. That's what I think.
Yeah, possibly so. They confirmed the remains found at that Florida park. We did the story yesterday. Was those of Brian Laundrie, and there's just a lot of questions that you wish that could be answered. And I don't know how much the parents know. I have no idea. But I was hoping he could be found alive so he could answer some questions on what happened and why. But it could be that he left some things behind in his backpack that could tell that. I don't know. But that did get confirmed. And so we'll update that more on the main show. And then this Alec Baldwin killed someone on the movie set with a prop gun that he didn't know was loaded, and shot and killed someone on the set yesterday.
What?
Did not know that either.
Yes.
Side of the loop. I had an interesting night, and we'll discuss that later.
Wait a
but
minute.
wow.
Did you say Alec Baldwin?
Alec Baldwin was on the set of his movie that's coming out and accidentally shot and killed a cinematographer with a prop gun.
Yeah, I see it right here.
And it's just a bizarre story because he's seen at the sheriff's office where he had to go and answer questions.
Why would they have a gun?
And he was taken into question by police. He wasn't arrested. He hadn't been charged. But they're asking, okay, what happened here? Because the sheriffs say the weapon was fired either during a scene or rehearsal for a scene in a movie that he is filming right now, and is also starring in, and it's called, I think, is it called
Rust?
Rust. There you go.
I'm looking at
And
and
what's weird is that either he didn't know, obviously, I guess, that it was loaded with some type of. It says a
Was it supposed to be loaded?
And so there's a lot of questions that are trying to be answered, but unfortunately, a 48-year-old film writer and director was also wounded, and he accidentally killed a 42-year-old cinematographer there on the set.
It says,
and it's just a bizarre story.
This is a tweet from somebody, I don't know who it is, Shannon Weiss. Anyway, Alec Baldwin cocked and fired a gun meant to be loaded with blanks on the set of the movie Rust. Did not know the prop contained live rounds, which why would you have live rounds?
That's what I'm saying.
Cinematographer Haley, whatever, was killed, and the film's director was in intensive care.
I just don't understand.
Why would there be
this?
a live
I
round
know.
anywhere near this?
So
place?
here's what some people are going, like, scratching their head, and that is, was Alec careless, or was something put in that gun, and it was supposed to be empty, and he was just shooting nothing?
I didn't know that.
Do they normally have loaded weapons?
I don't know why in the world you would have a loaded weapon.
I don't either.
I remember years ago there was an actor, and he wasn't real famous, but he was like one of these heartthrob guys. I can't remember his name. And he was making a movie, and he, like, jokingly put it to his head and pulled the trigger. Now, it had a blank in it, but the concussion from it actually killed him.
Oh, my gosh.
Right.
You talking about the Crow, Brandon Lee?
No, that happened to him too, didn't it? But there was another guy. You're right. Brandon Lee got Bruce Lee's son. Same type thing.
Yeah, I know the specifics of the Brandon Lee thing with the Crow.
Was it?
I didn't know about the one you were talking
Yeah,
about.
I can't think the guy.
Was that in '84?
I think it probably was in.
Okay,
80s.
I was just reading the article about Alec Baldwin, and evidently
referenced that.
This happened in '84, and then the Crow was like '93, '94, something like that.
Yeah.
But with the Crow, the movie The Crow, Brandon Lee, they had some fake. Bullets, no gunpowder in them, but the little cap, the primer, whatever that is.
That's right.
The primer is like early in the day. One of the prop guys is going through the gun, and I'm not saying this is what happened with Alec Baldwin, but you never know. Crazy stuff happens.
Just don't make me feel like there would be a live round in the gun.
So this is okay. So here's what happened with the Crow. A prop guy is just kind of clicking with a gun, and one of the primer caps goes off, and he hears like a small pop sound. That small pop sound forced the bullet out of the casing and into the barrel. So now in the barrel of the gun, there's just a bullet in the barrel of the gun. Then when they go to shoot the scene, they're using blanks,
And it pushes
but they wanted a super big, barrel muzzle flash or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
So they load these blanks up with a ton of gunpowder, and basically that gunpowder was enough to make that bullet go through the barrel at a normal speed of a normal bullet. And so that's what happened there. So who knows what happened, but crazy stuff happens.
Well,
what are the
other
odds
guy-
of that happening?
I know.
again?
I was talking about, I think, in the
It's
end,
awful.
basically, he stuck it to his head being funny, and the force of it fractured his skull that went into his brain and killed him.
Wow.
That's awful. But to your point, Adler, it doesn't say. It says a projectile came out of the gun. So in other words, it seems like if it was a straight up bullet or whatever, they would refer to that differently.
And he got two people. So it must have
Right.
been-
So I don't know what the deal is, but he is seen and just grieving and
I
bent
bet,
over and
yeah.
just bawling outside
Horrible.
the sheriff's office where he went for questioning on this horrible incident on the scene or the set, I should say, of his latest movie that he's filming right now, where a 42-year-old was accidentally killed, cinematographer, on the set, and as Greg said, another one seriously wounded. But that is just bizarre to me. It's almost like, all right, was he careless not knowing what the situation with the gun, or is it just standard that there's nothing in the gun and somebody set him up? There's a lot of questions here. What in the world happened? How did this happen?
I know you would think that it wouldn't be a Alec Baldwin screwed it up type situation because he shouldn't be in charge of the gun.
There you
He
go.
shouldn't be in charge of the
Exactly.
props.
Right. Correct.
So who knows? But I mean, even as we've seen with these blanks, those can be really dangerous too. Maybe there was just like a plug still in the barrel of the gun and
Sure.
it sent a projectile or something.
Right.
Who knows? But man, that's sad, crazy stuff.
Yeah, it is. It is. So that's kind of breaking news if you're getting up for the day. Alec Baldwin was seen weeping after he accidentally shot and killed a woman, cinematographer, 42, with a prop gun and wounded film director on the set of his new Western in New Mexico that he's currently filming.
Wow.
So that's kind of breaking news in the entertainment world. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we were talking about a story that was kind of breaking, as a lot of you might have slept and getting ready for your day today. Sad news out of the entertainment world. It's kind of bizarre, and we've been discussing it more. Alec Baldwin accidentally shot and killed a cinematographer on the set of his new Western Rust that is being filmed in New Mexico, I believe. And on the set, he had a prop gun. And apparently, it discharged and shot and killed someone on the set and critically injured someone else. And we were trying to discuss in the break, how did this happen? And if it was a blank, I'm being told those are capped with a little plastic piece. So if they're saying projectile instead of bullet or whatever, if it just had blanks in it, it could be that something like that was discharged, and that's what ended up killing the 42-year-old cinematographer on the set and wounding another.
Yeah.
But there's still discussion on how did this happen, which then kind of spilled into this happening in the past. And Greg, you found out from Adler what you were talking about. What movie
it
was
was in 1984. It was a series. The guy's name was John Eric Hexum. He was like his heartthrob guy, and he had a pistol with blanks in it, and they had like filming delays, and he was like being funny, going, "Oh no, I'm tired of this," and put it to his head being funny, and it actually the concussion fractured his skull and drove into his brain.
Wow.
Anyway,
so
it has happened, but
Yeah.
it's saying here that you remember the one article like the other person was in bad shape, but it says the director was treated and released.
Okay, good. Yeah, the article I'm looking at now does not say that, so we'll have to get an update on that. It's just weird. I didn't know that this could happen, that they would surely have other safety measures in place. That,
Well, I wonder if they were actually filming the footage when this happened, or did he just pick up the gun and was just kind of messing around, playing around, or was he actually, they were in the middle of filming it when it happened? I would like to know the details of that.
Right.
And just odd. I wasn't expecting that story to be out there this
And
morning.
details will probably change. We'll hear like 100 stories before they finally settle on it.
And that's look, whatever you care. I mean, I know he's off the rails, and we don't agree with half of what he does. But you got to carry that around with you after it happens. That's a tough deal. I hate that for him. That's awful.
A release from the sheriff's department says the weapon was fired either during a scene or rehearsal for a scene, though it's not clear whether it was fired on purpose or by accident. It's also not clear how the projectile was loaded. There's an investigation going on. But Baldwin was taken in for questioning by the police, was not arrested, and has not been charged. But he has been pictured outside the sheriff's office looking distraught, doubled over on the curb in grief, weeping on the phone, as you can imagine. So, okay, and I'm seeing now here the 48-year-old film writer-director was also wounded, and to your point, Greg, was taken to the hospital but has since been released. So that's an update on Alec Baldwin. When we know more, we'll get to it. But some very interesting and sad news coming out of the entertainment world.
I'm just shocked they use any kind of weapons that would actually have the ability to do this, whether they malfunction or not.
Yeah.
I mean, we got plenty
they use real weapons. They just put blanks in them.
Yeah.
And you would think with
the
technology and how far we've come, that this would not be even a factor in your thought process during your day if you're in this business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Just weird. We're leaning up on the break. When we come back, Helmsy is going to share with us what he was doing last night. He spoke in Dora, Alabama.
I did, yeah.
And I think you've got pictures of.
Y'all been to Dora lately?
Dora the Explorer.
Know some folks from Dora. Hadn't been there lately.
I don't think I've
though.
been through Dora in I don't know how long.
I love towns like that.
Yeah. Cannot wait to hear about this. But you say there's a picture that we'll have to break down, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking forward to that one.
You need an explanation, because if I would have just sent you this picture, you would have thought, "What in the world have you gotten yourself into?"
Right.
But then there's a funny story behind it.
Right.
So.
Also, I found myself in Montevallo, Alabama, and the baseball complex there, they have done just a ton of upgrades. I hadn't been there in a long time. Man, that place is nice. But JC played there last night. I found myself there, bumped into some folks that I guess listening now. They say they get up and it's part of the routine, and they listen to the kickoff hour and then stay with the main show. So we'll shout out to them. Also, I was in Huntsville yesterday. I was just all over the place and getting some details on what needs to happen with my dad. And the first nurse that came in said, "All right, full disclosure, I'm part of the Rick and Bubba Army." I said, "Are you really?" Wow. And that happened throughout the day, and it's always good. And I said, "I understand that you're Larry the Leaf," she said to Dad. "Oh, yeah, I am." A lot of that. My dad never misses an opportunity to sell a book.
Well, look, that's good marketing.
They're trying to schedule him for heart surgery, and he's selling Larry the Leaf books.
Before they put me under.
Right. But I'll give you updates on that as that settles in. It looks like it could happen next week, but I'll update everybody when we're confirmed on exactly what's going to take place, probably Monday morning. I'll have that information. But just a shout out to everybody that we met. You know who you are. Thank y'all for all you do, and it was good to get out and about and see everybody yesterday. But when we come back, we'll look at a picture that I'm sure we can get on you about.
Yeah.
You didn't have the Braves hoodie on in the picture, did you?
I did not.
Okay, good.
No.
Don't get that controversy started.
We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the old Rick and Bubba show. Let's do this. We thank you so much for being with us. I got to ask the question, how did y'all sleep last night? Y'all
Good.
You feel good about your sleep?
Yeah, I do.
Huh?
Not enough of it, but yeah.
Yeah, well, good.
Yeah, but you know why?
I do. My pillow.
Yeah.
Yeah, my pillow.
And my Helix mattress, but that's the later one.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's right, buddy. That's good. You have it both.
That's right.
Yeah.
My goodness, that clock goes off. I can't pry myself out
That's
of it.
right. My Pillow and the My Pillow team have just added bathrobes and
Ooh, you need a
sleepwear
bathrobe.
too, and quilts. And their ever-growing product lineup is got an array of bright colors and styles for you, and it's made all from 100% U.S. upland cotton. And so the products here they have really, to be honest with you, you can go to mypillow.com and kind of get lost in my store and just
What about
have
them
all kinds
house
of stuff.
shoes?
I'm telling you. Well, hey, look, if there's one thing Terry's got to have on is house shoes. She can't stand for her feet.
Yeah,
to get
Lisa
cold.
wears house shoes too.
Good night alive. That woman's cold all the time. But mypillow.com has that for you. Here's what you got to do to unlock the savings. Click on the radio listener square and then use promo code Bubba, and you're going to save 30% on some of the stuff I just mentioned. That same promo code at mypillow.com is going to give you 50% off the Giza Dream Sheets. You got that going for you. Their other premium bed pillows are just $29.98. That's a $40 savings, the lowest price ever. Plus, there's the terrific My Store at mypillow.com that we just talked about that has hundreds of other products on sale right now, too. But again, to unlock that, you got to go to the radio listener square, click on that, and then go to the promo code Bubba, and that's going to give you all those savings. And remember, all the products at mypillow.com come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and warranty. So go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, and then use promo code Bubba and enjoy. And you can thank us later. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just click on the sponsors there, and that gives you a full list of all of our sponsors if you want to go that route. All right, so we did a little bit of Marco Polo, and don't be upset with us, Greg, but Helmsy Marco'd me, and he knew that you weren't going to respond.
Well, y'all got the same kind of dog, so y'all just do that.
And he was on his way.
By the way, we do need to get the
If
puppies together.
I get an Australian Shepherd, then maybe y'all let me be.
One, it was late. I knew he was up.
Yeah.
And two, I knew
Guys,
you wouldn't
guys.
give me anything.
Yeah.
You don't never know that.
And you really didn't care what we were talking about anyway. You just made
I was
fun of
probably
us.
asleep.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Depends.
Yeah.
I know it was the last one maybe, but you were at the first one you were on your way to Dora checking up on me, and then the other ones you were coming back from Dora.
Yeah.
Where you spoke last night, so tell us about it.
New Temple Baptist Church.
Come on with it.
Honored that they would even trust me with that.
Mm-hmm.
They had a pretty cool event where they have the Corner High School. By the way, I don't know if do y'all know why Corner is named Corner?
I do not.
Did not know this.
Tell
Was
me.
educated on this
Tell me
last
about
night. It's located in Jefferson County. Okay.
In the corner.
But it's at the
Okay.
intersection of Jefferson County, Walker County, and Blount County,
How about that?
and that's why it's called Corner.
Well, look at
Well, there
that.
you go.
Look
So-
at that, everybody.
And so
You see 7 states.
want to thank Pastor J.J. Creel and Justin Odom. They're on staff there. And then, of course, the Corner High School, the football team was there.
Oh,
the
really?
cheerleaders were there, and
Stop
the
it.
band was there.
No
And,
way.
Yeah.
What was it, pep rally?
And
Good
no,
night.
well, it's just something they do every year, and
Well, good deal.
I'll tell you how this came up. There was
You didn't get
here's a group shot. They did a little cool group shot at the end.
wow.
And,
Helmsy, look at
Who's
that.
that good? And
Is that you in the mascot uniform?
and that was fun. So the guy that looks like Speedy is Pastor
Buddy,
J.J. Creel.
Hey, buddy, he's bald.
There's a lot of speed.
Look,
Yeah,
he looks
he's
just
bald.
like him.
So that's it. There we go again. He's bald. That's Speedy.
Yeah. And then Justin is Trash Pandas.
Oh, look at the trash pandas, right there,
There it is.
Madison, Alabama.
Yep.
Trash
Madison.
Pandas.
Oh yeah, that's where
Yeah.
the Trash Pandas are. I don't think he's even been to a game yet. He's like, I got to get to a game.
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
Nice jersey.
I'm loving the jersey.
Yeah.
Huntsville, Madison. You know.
So we have a mutual friend. There's a gentleman by the name of Elton Wagner.
They go
He's
by
in the
there a lot.
picture too.
Yeah.
There's
Elder.
Elton
Elter.
Wagner.
Sometimes I wish my name was Elton.
I
I
like
do
that
too.
name.
Yeah.
Elton. Look,
Elton.
hey, look at me, Elton. See, I like
He's
that.
he's the gentleman on the far right in the black
the yellow.
long black shirt.
Okay, got it.
Oh,
So
he
that's
looks
Elton.
like Speedy too.
But another bald guy. Bald is in. Don't know if y'all know that.
So Elton had reached it. We have a mutual
By the way, your
friend
zipper's undone.
that lives here in town, and he, I think it was yesterday, and I didn't say anything.
No, it just looks like
Okay,
it is.
okay. All right.
See,
But
I
that
got
one-
2 or 3 of these pants, you see.
Well, here we go.
Looks like it is.
Okay.
Well, your
But you
barn
got a
door's
photo
wide
back
open
there.
right now.
You got it fixed?
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to hear it in the headphones zip up.
Yeah.
Kind of embarrassed I saw that, but I just for some reason looked at your coffee cup and then I could see it.
No, but see, that's the way it does.
All right, there it is.
So,
you ain't got to break it down for
So
me.
Elton reached out and said, "Hey, we have this event every year. It's pretty unique. We have football,
Elton?
cheerleaders, band, and we have a guest speaker.
his
We'd like you to be a
parents
part of
like
that."
Elton
And so he was the main reason for me even doing this. And so
Elton?
go up, had a great time hanging out. We did we played some games at the first, and
I'd like to
and
know
we
what.
had
Cornhole.
they had this game called Gorilla Man Gun.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And I don't know anything. I didn't know
Sounds
what
a
it
little
was,
much.
but it's almost like paper, rock, scissors, but
Okay.
you act it out. It was.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you the excitement in the room
Everybody was
for
going
Gorilla
nuts.
Man Gun. Well, it was crazy. It was electric in there.
Right.
Thought I was at the football game for a minute.
Okay.
If the band could have had their instruments, it'd have
Yeah.
made it.
Well, I know how you are about atmosphere.
It was a great atmosphere. And so, but then, so Elton's daughter walks up.
Okay.
He's got twin daughters. God love him for that. I think he actually has 3 girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Total.
Didn't
But
know.
he does have
No
twin
wonder
daughters.
he's bald.
And one of them came up, and I see her walking up towards me, and I'm thinking she's holding a baby. What is? And all of a
What's
sudden
going
I
on?
think, wait a minute, that's not a. She's holding a doll. That's a doll. That's not even a baby.
What?
So I think she sees my face like.
That's weird.
What is? Yeah, that's exactly. I
Right.
think, and so she actually said it about 6 to 8 feet from me. She goes, "I don't want you to think I'm weird. This is for class." And I took a picture.
when they have
now
to,
look
yeah,
at this.
Yeah, I remember.
This is me holding the baby.
my daughter had to do
Ah.
So here's the
Looks
main.
just like you.
well, and
wow.
guys,
So she had to take care of the baby.
Yeah,
in
they
the
cry
assignment.
and
she
all
had
that.
like a 24-hour period
Yeah.
that she has to.
Did
take
you rock
care
the
of
baby?
Well, here's the thing. I didn't realize this. So she starts handing it to me, and she's being all gentle and all
to
this.
set it off.
Because I didn't realize this. I mean, they have these sensors
Yes.
in them and all these
They're
things.
hungry. They do all kinds of
Yes.
stuff.
And so I was having to be, it felt really strange because I was having to be really careful with this fake baby. And I did. I was like, and his name was Braylon, I think. They have to
Oh,
name
my
the baby. They have to go
Oh,
through
look at
all
that.
that.
Did you talk to the baby talk?
I did.
Did you burp it?
Did you tell me?
No, I didn't burp it.
Did you
I
say,
was.
hey, little Uncle Henry?
I will say this: I felt a lot of pressure when she said, "Hey, serious business." It's like she was, because she knows how we are. I guess
Yeah.
she said, "Hey, look,
Straight up.
I'm being graded here. Don't
Yeah,
mess
yeah,
this up for
yeah,
me."
yeah.
They download the information
Yeah.
on how you took care of it.
She was wearing
Yeah.
a watch
Yeah.
that sent that links up with this,
that
and I was
crazy?
How
like,
about
"This is
that?
nuts."
Yeah, you didn't mess her grade up, did you?
I don't think so. I
Okay,
handled
good.
it. I handled Braylon with care. I think that.
Braylon looks like Greg. Braylon looks exactly like Greg.
It does.
Now, when y'all were playing Puppy Monkey, what was it? What were you?
Gorilla Man Gun.
Oh,
Okay.
Puppy, monkey, baby.
It was just.
I knew it was something like that.
Yeah.
It was just a fun night, and I got to tell you, that's the first time in a long. I mean, that I've been in a setting with a bunch of teenagers in a long time, and I got to tell you, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But hey, the energy that they have,
Yeah.
man, my goodness, you talking about contagious. Now I felt like I needed a nap after it, but
Right.
that's what signs of getting old. But hey, what a great night!
Yeah. I'm sitting here looking right now. Someone just sent me a picture, actually.
Is
Y'all actually,
Helmsy
wait
and
a
Helton?
minute. Somebody that was there last night.
Yeah, I
I'm
actually
sitting
played
here-
Gorilla Man. Is that what
No,
you're,
no,
oh,
no.
I'm
It was
sorry.
just actually, they said that, is this the hoodie y'all are praying over? It says,
Nah,
it says he brought the,
That's
the
not
Braves
true.
hoodie. Oh,
That
okay.
is that's funny, but that's
I
not
was
true.
looking at it said that y'all prayed over the Atlanta Braves hoodie.
Yeah, I tried
I
to-
didn't know.
Well, evidently, the Dodgers prayed louder.
The hoodie
Well,
worked.
I'm glad
I told you, got you one win in L.A. and
worked.
It did. It does work. Y'all wouldn't believe the people emailing last night asking me to bring it back out.
Oh, Helmsy.
I'm serious business.
You just made my eye twitch.
I didn't even watch one pitch last night.
Yeah.
That was a little disappointing. But I was where I needed to be, and it was an awesome evening.
If you like watching the Dodgers hit home runs, you would have
That's
loved
what
it.
it was. Yeah. Well, I knew it was coming. I mean, you don't go to L.A. and win many games. You just don't. You really do not.
Just don't stop.
Be lucky you had the one and get your butt back to Atlanta.
Oh my goodness gracious. Monkey.
Baby.
They should really call it that. That would be better.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 10 minutes till top of the hour. Welcome in. 866 We Be Big is our number. It's the kickoff hour. We've been kind of sitting around, catching you up on Helmsy and Dora last night, and had a great night. Recap that, plus breaking news from Alec Baldwin that he accidentally, we think, killed someone on the set of his new Western movie, Rust, which is bizarre, and we'll break that down. Yes, you heard me correct. Like, this is not some weird made-up story. It is actually breaking news. He fired a prop gun on the movie set and that actually killed a crew member, injured another. And we're trying to put that to those pieces together. And the skeleton remains of Brian that they found in Florida was Brian Laundrie. The FBI released a statement yesterday that was confirmed. So.
I know, and this is terrible for me to say, but I'm kind of glad. I'm sick of that story. Every time you turn the TV on Brian Laundrie, I got tired of hearing it.
Yeah, me too. And by the way, I was not out with Dora last night. I was at Dora, in Dora.
Mm-hmm.
I want to clear that up.
Dora,
hey, you heard you get some of our emails lately?
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious.
Got your pen?
So I was in Corner High School
Corner. How about, and we learned
Temple.
We learned why it's called
Baptist
Corner,
Church.
Alabama.
Yeah. So
That's
just
cool.
I wasn't hanging out with a woman named Dora.
He was at the corner of
Just
Jefferson.
wanted to clear that
You
up.
were.
And I do Mackenzie. Wagner that had the fake baby.
Yeah.
If I messed you up, let me know and I'll send you email. I'll send your teacher an email. I don't think I did.
What if she failed because of you?
Yeah. The mom stepped in at one point and said, "Hey, this is real. Don't affect her grade." I'm like, okay.
Oh, and then you went.
So, let me know if I messed you
I
up.
dropped.
Yeah.
Drop the baby.
We will sound the alarm on Beth Mowens today. We got that.
About
game.
done with that too. I'm as done with that as I am Brian Laundrie.
Yeah, there you go.
Are there any big games going this weekend?
Hadn't looked at
Hey,
it.
Bama, Tennessee.
Yeah, well, that's true.
It used to be a big game.
Yeah, 25 years ago. How long has it been,
It's
really?
been something ridiculous, like Peyton Manning when he played.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Is it Alabama?
He's already
homecoming?
retired and put in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm sitting here looking, and I don't see a ton. I mean, and I'm flying through them here. You got LSU, Ole Miss. I wonder how that's going to go.
You talking about lame duck coach?
I will be some of you are going to Protective Stadium. I'll be at the Rice UAB game. It's a 2:30 kick.
They're going to be
ESPN
working
Plus
the crowd
for a
to
lot
a
of
dadgum frenzy.
you. Yeah, yep. I'll be there for that. So hopefully, all of you. You know what I love is I'll just hear "Stay in it" just scream through the stadium.
Was it an afternoon game?
At 2:30? Yeah.
I like when our buddies that are there send us videos of you on the Jumbotron.
Oh, really?
That's one of my favorites. I've actually received those.
Have a good time. It's a lot of fun.
There is not a single game on the schedule this weekend that I care anything about.
Wait a minute, I'm seeing one. Mississippi State at Vanderbilt.
No.
Ooh, that ought to be a
I'm telling you, that's a good one right there.
I am really searching hard. I wish USC was better, and then I'd give them and Notre Dame a little bit.
Right.
But I can't.
Tennessee at Alabama. That's a 6:00 kick on ESPN for Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Is that in Knoxville or Tuscaloosa?
I think I said Alabama. I think in their home. Is it their homecoming?
Probably. They're still
I
cleaning
think
up
it
the
is.
debris at Neyland Stadium.
Oh, from all the
Yeah,
and you said you saw that live. Was it crazy watching it live?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Because we just saw the replays and the highlights from it. But
It's a bad week when 4-3 LSU's got the 2:30 game.
Yeah, that's true. With a fired coach.
And they play Ole Miss 5-1. I get that.
And what's his name's hurt, isn't he? Corral.
Yeah, I like that kid. He can go.
And is this what week are we in now for this? Is it what week are we in as far as
8? We're in 8. Week
Eight.
8. According to ESPN's website, we're in week 8.
How about that?
And so the week 8, I'm sitting here looking. The week 8 game day location. Where's that at? Game day is
I
going
think
to
it's
be
at Mississippi State and Vandy.
Wow, this is how bad it is. The show will be on site for the Oregon at UCLA game.
Wow.
Good night.
That hurt.
Really? All right. I'm just looking here. Game day. Cali bound.
Gus Johnson will be on that call.
Good gracious. All right, so there's your
I guess he won't.
a somewhat
He's got
update. I
Oklahoma
saw the
State,
Browns
Ohio State.
won with half their team last night. They beat the
Case
Broncos.
Keenum back in
I mean,
there.
everybody was out. It seems like both running backs.
You know, I'd heard him talk in what the controversy because Mayfield's gimped up.
Yeah.
He's been playing, but he's hurt.
He's got a broke bone in his left shoulder.
They say if Keenum comes in and does good, do you just leave him and keep? Because I don't think obviously Mayfield was just taking a game off. I don't think he was planning on taking like the rest of the
No, because he's
season,
got a
but-
jacked up labrum. I know that, and they're saying, well, he can make it up. He can make it to the end of the year and then have labrum surgery. But they're like, should he just go ahead and have it now?
And if Keenum's doing good enough,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I missed that. I was hoping I could watch it, but it just never happened. Never happened. And then I got home and was kind of tuning over to see get a Braves update, and I just went ahead and turned it off when they started pulling away.
Oh yeah, me too.
Home run.
I just went to bed.
When do they play again? Saturday.
Yeah, they got a
So
yeah,
you
day-
go
day-
Saturday
day
and
off.
Sunday if needed, and then the Astros tonight.
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
tonight.
good.
So
I'll look at that. I'll give that a look.
Yeah,
Give that a look tonight.
but I know one where one Greg Burgess is going to be.
I would like to give this a look.
Yeah.
but I'm not
And
going.
it's not on the TV, the local TV
Right.
that we have.
Which-
That has why would they not show that game?
Thompson Warriors at the Hoover
Number
Bucks.
1 against number 2, both undefeated. I thought you think they would put that on
So,
the TV.
for those of you outside the state of
Yeah, you
Alabama, 7A is the highest classification in the state of Alabama. I know different states have different classifications. That's the highest, but and then this highest classification, 1 and 2 are facing off.
These are nationally ranked teams too. This
Yeah.
is not
Yeah.
just a state deal.
Right,
This
right,
is a
right. Really, the little how sometimes you go on ESPN and one of the channels has like a high school game.
Yeah.
It really should be on there.
yeah, and
They
they've
really
done that in
should.
the past.
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
played on
Right.
on ESPN.
Look at
But
me.
I don't. Yeah, but at least the one that covers the local. I guess they predetermined before the season starts.
Can we talk about who
Probably.
you're going to be with tonight?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I'm just wondering. I know how you are sometimes
I
with the
have
We're gonna
wall.
play that video he sent us.
Huh?
Yeah, a couple of my buddies come. We're going to the ball game.
Yeah. And who are they?
That'll be one Gerald Cates and Lee Hubbard.
So if you
Little
see,
Lee Hubbard.
So they're playing at the Hoover Met.
Yep.
So if you see Greg tonight, just scream, "Stay in it!" And he's going to be with his little nemesis
The
there.
guy that looks kind of like Ed Ogeron.
Yeah,
Gerald.
Gerald
He does,
Cates.
Same haircut.
and little Lee Hubbard.
And Lily Hubbard, who will look like the only person that actually, a nice person.
Right, that gets somewhat embarrassed by y'all,
Yeah.
but yet when nobody's around, he's the biggest goof.
Yeah, but anyway.
But
so
in public, he kind of is like you, Helmsy. At times, he's
Really?
he gets embarrassed of us.
Does he really?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Did not know that.
Yeah, he wants them to act right, but they can't, and then he gets to laughing, and before you know
Sure,
it,
he's
in it.
involved.
Yeah,
you
But
just-
anyway,
it's called influence.
right.
Should be a good game.
Yeah, should be. And so you fired up about it?
Yeah, I like a good
so
ball
you,
game.
So you got your coach's
I like
shirt
to see
on
one
already?
against 2. Well, see, I've been wearing this all year, and I feel like a mojo if I don't, because I'm really tired of wearing it.
I
to be honest.
get that. I do. Why change anything?
I don't believe
you
in
know?
mojo, but I don't want to take a chance.
I was gonna say.
And so this, I hate this is not on TV. This isn't like
Yeah,
the
it's
game
ridiculous.
of the week or anything.
I know.
Huh?
You think it would be on the local one.
So Reese has the weekend off, and so this
Open
is
week.
This is their open week. So Terry and I looked at each other.
That's
It's
nice
like,
being
wow.
at the end of the season too.
Yeah, wow.
Give
this
them
is
some
nice.
rest.
Yeah, and then we're down to Mobile next weekend.
Hey,
Ooh,
how about that?
long
That's
haul.
a haul.
Good
It's a
night
good
alive.
team too that you want to play.
Yeah,
They're always
yeah,
good.
Yeah, very good, very good. I think they said out of USM right. I think out of the last. Here we go.
Here
Because
he goes.
Reese came home with this information.
Crazy with it.
Because coach talk. They were like, "Hey, y'all need to get ready." Something out of the last 15 years, they've won like 10.
They've been, or they've played
Yeah.
for it. I know they're usually there every
Good
time.
night
so.
alive. So, congratulations to that bunch.
That's a good way. Hey, good way to end the season.
Yeah, that's good. Let's go down and play them. All right, so that's just all the stories that are on the table today. We got a lot of updates. I see where Biden had him a town hall meeting. Did you see any of that? Any
Boy, did you
highlights
see
of
him
that?
when he was trying to? He got stammering again.
Oh, I know. He got stammering again. Then plus he gets to talking.
They tell the Amtrak story again.
Yeah,
He started to.
He said, "Hey, Joey." We got that.
Joey,
We got a
baby.
lot happening today. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we all get ready to continue the journey. Some of you have already been with us with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy as they cranked out a kickoff hour. Adler part of that too. And now Bubba and I will join Team Rick and Bubba, and we'll all form that perfect union, and we'll move forward with the rest of the show. Your phone calls will be part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have a lot to break down today. A lot of stories to work through as we get you ready for another weekend. But let's bring him in here. There he sits. The other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Everybody sing. Half-fast dead. The old band, the song, The Weight. Take a load off.
The Weight.
Take a load off, Bubba. Mm-hmm. Bubba, I would like today on the program, I would like to present, and I don't know what got me thinking about this, but I would like to present a hypothesis.
Yes, please.
And I'm not the people that are out there now that will present us a hypothesis and pretend like it's a law.
Right.
I will let you know that it is a hypothesis. It's a working hypothesis.
Yes.
I think that I can make some circumstantial, I can substantiate it with just circumstantial information that we have. Because, right, I mean, until I can find hard evidence, I just got to go with what I got.
Tell me what you got.
Well, it's going to shock you, the topic.
Tell me what you got, what you really got.
It's going to shock you, the topic, okay? And the topic is aliens from other planets.
Okay.
I know that you're thinking I didn't expect expect Yellow Shirt to bring that in today.
Not really.
I
know Greg's worried to death today, but I didn't know.
You're right. Greg won't participate because the Warriors got a big game tonight. He's got it's undefeated takes on undefeated. One versus two.
One versus two.
Greg comes in every week though worried. That's what's funny.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you.
Well, that's a real fan. A fan, if you're going to be a true fan, you always get in the mindset that your team's going to get beat.
Right.
And then
this may be the first week you at least have a challenge.
That's true. But Sherry says that she refers to it as me protecting my little Rick heart. she said, "Little Rick's in there, and he didn't want to get his heart broke." And I said, "Well, there's some truth to that." But think about this: I'm
just going to say when Texas A&M, Alabama. That's all I'm going to say.
I know. No, you're right. You're right, Greg.
That's good talk.
That's good. That's good stuff. Talk. That's good stuff right there, Big T.
Keep on, y'all. Keep mojoing. Keep talking.
All right. So anyway, those of you who don't know, Greg is going to see his son, his own coaching staff at a very, very good 7A high school football team in the state of Alabama, who's playing another very good two programs that have dominated Alabama high school football, and they play each other.
1 and 2.
1 versus 2. So anyway, and Greg's a little nervous, and they're on the road, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Over at the mat.
My favorite
Kate's
one
and Lee
was
will be with him,
a few weeks ago, and I don't remember who they were playing. Greg was all worried, and I think the closest game they've had has been about 4 touchdowns.
They have not had anybody play them close yet.
Well,
they haven't.
But it's funny when Greg is all worried, and that's the outcome. Well, 5.
I mean 4.
The point spread's probably averaging 50.
You're right. I don't remember being at a game where they only won by 28 points.
Well, I was trying to be very conservative on that.
Right, and I appreciate that. But
keep on.
I want you to think about it, and you really need to think it through.
They have a tremendous program.
Right.
They have worked to build it up,
yes,
and restore it, and they've
done
a great job.
Boy, they have.
Yeah. And doing the things you have to do to win.
Well, it is interesting because I know, and I'll be very vague about this. We'll come back and talk about the aliens from another planet because I want this is going.
You need your own segment. For that.
I love cutting up with little brother on this, but
here you go.
But no. What I'm saying is, and we've said this at every level of football, because frankly, when you get down to it, it is the only true sport.
Yeah.
But as
far as we're concerned,
as far as we're concerned, it's the one that we enjoy the most, and it's the favorite, and it's the best.
Yeah, we grew up in it,
and it's a true team sport.
We have no joy.
Yeah. So anyway, but Bubba, you and I have this weird concept. You'll see some of it with the state of our country right now. Bubba and I have a hard time, and I think I'm okay speaking for you on this one because I know we feel the same way. That when somebody does something and they're radically successful.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody does things that are always a failure.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really understand why anyone would not go to the things and say, let's follow the steps that have always, or it may not be always, we discovered in whatever time you're living in, this is the successful way to go.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So I know a coach that has seen the success of these two programs that has now taken over a program, and his first thing was, let's do what they're doing.
Yeah. Especially, yeah. Go to really in anything. Go to people who are successful and mimic what they do.
Right.
Yeah, there's
that's a good starting
point. And my favorite is when anybody opposes that. No,
don't do it our way.
So you want to keep doing the things that has made the distance between them and us greater and greater. I mean, they keep separating from us, and we won't make an adjustment.
Yeah. Well,
do we ever scream? You ever scream to the TV, make an adjustment?
Yeah. I love the saying.
It ain't working.
And I have used it many times, probably to the point that y'all are sick of hearing it, but don't reinvent the wheel.
That's true.
The wheel is functional. There's no really big improvement on that we need to spend time on.
So what happened is that when this very successful coach hit the ground on a program that had some success, but it had been a very long time.
Oh, yeah,
he looked over at the program that was really successful and says, probably want to do it the way they do it.
Right.
And now they will play each other tonight because that program has now built itself up and some think surpassed we'll see tonight. And it could vary season to
What's
season.
so funny though, they end up playing again in the playoffs anyway.
Right.
So
well, these two programs are the elite programs in the highest level of football in this state. So you would think, and the others who have a shot at them seem to be trying to do it the same way they're doing it.
Yeah.
And the ones that have no shot continue to do it the way they've always done it.
Mm-hmm.
and don't have the players.
Right. Well, and that's by the way, that's part of the plan.
Yeah.
Because if you get successful, people want Rick get successful. People want to be a part of
They
it.
Part
really
of doing
do.
it the way others do it is get the players.
There's some things you can do that are that are legal and allowed that helps you with that player situation too.
Your facilities, your all of it.
Can somebody move to your community and legally be in it and play for you? They certainly can.
They sure can.
But you better give them a reason to move there.
That's right.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. All right, so we'll unpack these bizarre stories. A couple of updates coming up, and we'll unpack the Brian Laundrie discovery. We do have the results back, and they think they found the remains of Brian Laundrie, that's his dead body that they have. I know, we'll discuss. The Alec Baldwin story is unbelievable. You heard the kickoff hour if you were listening. I think we all were just not expecting that to be waiting on us when we got up for another day today. So we'll unpack that too. But on a much lighter note, Bubba, it's rare that I think about terrestrial beings from other planets.
I'd like to finish that.
That doesn't happen a lot.
I don't spend a lot of time on that because I can't get them to take any action. So if no one takes action, I just move on. You know, I can only wait so long.
Right. I agree.
So I began to think about that. I started thinking, all right, so over our years on the show, we've had stories that we thought, somebody's seeking attention. And then we've had these stories that we think, I don't know what happened to these people, but something did.
Yeah,
okay?
you have to leave it unresolved because there's no way to really settle it in your mind.
So I'm going to take what we believe most of this is likely from a biblical worldview. This is in the spiritual realm. I'm going to take that and move it. And let's say I don't.
It's a possibility, but you're moving.
I'm going to move that up. I'm now dealing with things are traveling.
Physical world.
Yeah, things are traveling here from another planet.
Got it.
And I'm not trying to get into any discussion about whether that is or isn't, but I would like to just throw this theory out. If you think that because this is back to what I said about circumstantial evidence. Here's what we know. If terrestrial beings from another planet keep finding their way here, hovering around, flying around, taking a few people in their ships, dropping them back out, you know, whatever they're doing, they're not taking much action. Okay, they're either great procrastinators. They're
just studying, and
they're just a bunch.
They're picking off a few and tagging them, and just that's it.
Their research must be going on forever. Maybe they don't answer to the same time that we do. I don't know. But I would like to propose another one, a new theory.
No,
because we always assume that if they can travel here and we can't travel there, they must be superior to us.
Right.
Well,
at least in traveling.
Well, there you go. Now, Greg, you're getting into my theory.
Okay.
Is it possible that that's all that they're superior to us on?
Oh, they excel in travel and all that, but when you get to talking to them, they're not that intelligent.
Yeah, I take us back. I take us back.
This guy's kind of dumb. Now it's pretty cool how he got here.
Yeah,
right. Greg, now you're getting
got no common sense.
You're getting into my theory.
Yeah,
you're getting into my. That's exactly what I'm about to unpack. So let's go. Now, careful. I am going to go back to the Bible for a minute, but I'm not going to go down that realm. Well, I'm just saying we look at what God said to his people, you can take Canaan. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You can't, but I can. But they went in and checked it out, right?
Yeah.
And they came.
They sent the spies.
12 spies goes in representing all the tribes.
The reports were not real good.
They come back and say, wow. So they did get in there, and they did look around, and they came back, and 10 of the 12 said, we can't take them.
Can't take them.
Well, you know, God was saying, well, no, I want you to see what I can do, but 10 of them didn't get it. God got real upset.
Yeah, didn't do good.
How about this? When you're Joshua and Caleb, you're really mad because you had to go through a lot of misery because of other people. Because Joshua and Caleb said, no, God's going to give them to us because he said he would. The other 10 said, we're out. And God said, okay, how about this? Y'all walk around out here till I weed out the people who don't believe, and then I'm going to bring Joshua and Caleb out, and we're going to try it again. But, of course, Joshua and Caleb still had to wander around out there, and that had to be very infuriating. But anyway, so is it possible that, yes, they can travel here? They got here. They've looked and said,
they excel in travel.
Hey, we can't take them.
Yeah.
We went in and we checked it out, and I know we're pretty good at traveling, but I tell you one thing, they're pretty good at fighting, and they got some stuff I don't think we can handle.
Yeah, blow us up.
Hey, we've been there. We can't take it. So we're like, don't try it. Is that a possible theory?
I don't know why.
It's got to be on the table.
Aren't we excel on traveling? That's it.
You assume that if they've overcome this way to travel, light years and all that they must be brilliant at everything.
But that's not necessarily true.
Maybe they took all their time on that and didn't build any weapons.
I mean, I know a lot of people that can build a rocket, but I mean, there's some really simple things I wouldn't assign them to do.
Maybe where they come from, there are no wars, so they didn't really have a reason to have weapons.
Yeah,
so they come here and go, wait a minute, they got weapons.
Maybe they went back and said, I got to tell you something, especially down here in that part where it gets real,
where
it stays warm a lot.
Yeah, where it's hot.
Those people are heavily armed.
You don't want to go there.
Rick, we've had some people that have conquered space, but they have yet to manage marriage.
Right. Well, you're right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So you go back and you think about this. Remember back when let's go back to when all the riots were going on. If you looked, the rioters were very, very wise on where they picked to riot. And let me tell you where they didn't go, where people were heavily armed.
Yeah.
And so you remember the warning from the sheriff that time, don't go into suburbia.
Mm-hmm.
If you take this into suburbia, they're going to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that is it possible that these terrestrial beings, if you believe that that's who they are, they've mastered travel, space travel, but that doesn't mean they can take us, and that's why they haven't yet.
Rick, I will say this. I think
the report back is we can't take them.
I think it's as
They
good
got weapons.
as anything.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know that would track, but it's a theory,
Yeah.
and that's what's beautiful
Everything
about
is, yeah.
theories. You go, well, maybe that's another theory here. It's they specialize in travel.
Because you know why I'm throwing that as a theory for what you just said. I hate when somebody keep going, man, for some reason they're not doing anything. Okay, well, let's start trying to think about why. Maybe they're not doing anything because they don't think they can take us.
Rick, here's a fine example. Break it down to our terms because things that we care about. There's people that live here that can build rockets and can do all kinds of things. But what if you said, okay, brilliant man, you got to coach his football team against this guy's coach his whole life. You can't do it.
Can't
you
do
can
it.
build rockets, and you're brilliant.
And you're brilliant.
But you haven't done the other.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But what if you were sent here to win a football game? You go, well, I can build a rocket that can get us there, but I can't win the game.
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
Saying, you never know.
Guys, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
So we assume that if you can just get here, that means you can come.
That does not mean that, apparently.
Evidently not.
Well, there's some reason they're not doing anything.
Well,
They're picking us up one at a time and doing experiments on us, but they won't take a whole group.
They may be some kind of perv.
They could be.
Get their jollies.
See, they could be under a non-interference objective, kind of like if we went into the Serengeti to study, cougars, we could grab one every now and then and test it.
Exactly.
But we couldn't go in there with a bulldozer and mess up everything.
Yeah.
Or shoot them all.
Exactly.
So it's in the realm of possibilities,
Yeah.
Rick. But the more interesting question is, when were you thinking about this,
Rick,
and
when
why
did
were
this
you
come?
thinking?
You cutting grass?
I was wondering when one of y'all were going to go there because I was like, the real story here is why was I thinking about that?
Stuff like that
Yeah.
used to come to me while I was cutting grass.
wondering.
Sitting in the woods yesterday.
Sitting in the woods.
I'm sitting in the woods yesterday.
You were thinking about it being abducted.
Yeah, I was.
And then you thought, well,
You got scared.
I didn't like the way a ladder stand was facing.
Okay.
And I had some feeders, and I'm having an issue with raccoons, and so at one point I was just kind of sitting there thinking about them.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. All right, so let's take a look-see here. You know, it's interesting that in the kickoff hour, I heard you asking the guys, Speedy, how they slept last night and talked about the MyPillow stuff. Well, I'm going to have to ask the same question because we're about to talk about helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Oh,
Well, you know what? I guess with this show, a lot of sleeping things.
We're sleeping good.
We're
sleeping
look, we'll
good.
give you a robe, too, if you don't want
Yeah,
that's right.
If you don't get a good night's sleep, then you know who you cannot blame? Rick and Bubba.
Nope.
You can't blame us.
So we're doing all we can do.
We do all we do. And so we get you a mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, this is the same company that we do also the commercials about All Form Furniture, same bunch, you know, so you know the quality's there.
Bring it.
Out of North Carolina. So what they do is they have some questions that you can answer, and they literally customize the mattress.
Tell them what you like.
To the furnace. You and Lisa have one. Snuggle up with my little missus. Probably didn't sleep last night though, worried about the game, but there you go.
Game day.
That's Bubba's favorite.
Hey, you realize the amount of money I could have won this year?
Listen. Hey,
y'all keep on.
Greg, bad news. I found something Bubba likes. So
Watch out.
Got me an audience over here.
Watch out.
Is there anything better when you got an audience?
Oh, really?
Love it. But anyway, helixsleep.com/Bubba. Go there. We'll save you $200. They want to know how you sleep, side, back, or stomach. They want to know the firmness of the mattress you prefer. And then they send it to you. We're going to save you $200. It comes right to your door. You set it up, and you can sleep on it for up to 100 nights before you decide if you want it or not. And look, after 100,
That's your guarantee, Rick.
But you know what's cool about that is you don't have to have that. Well, man, what if I don't like it?
That's right. Send it back.
Well, of course. I mean, do you really think they can offer that and worry about sending me
There
back?
ain't nobody sending it back.
Yeah.
No.
So you're gonna love it. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now. Get that 100-day trial. You save $200 and design a mattress that's exactly the way you like it. And Greg and Lisa love theirs. And
That's right.
You'll love yours. All right.
Come on.
So Bubba,
Come on.
we can go heavy here and get into this Alec Baldwin, Brian Laundrie thing. We can go frustrating and go to Biden's town hall, or I can show you a picture of something that was funny.
There we go. let's land right.
Setup was that?
Let's land right there.
Now
I can show you a little funny
we're
bit.
going to do all of it. It's just what order you want to do.
You
it in.
know,
I got a story I want to talk about.
we usually do stories kind of like that I kid Betty how she drives, brake, gas. She doesn't coast.
Exactly.
So when you ride with her and you get out, you feel like you got shaken baby syndrome. And so
You speaketh the truth.
it doesn't matter. We can put the gas on or the brake on.
Well, what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying
matter.
is, there's a couple of ways, and this
Why
is
would we put the brakes on
this
right
is
now?
well, this is just putting this is opening.
brake may not be
well,
the
this is
right
opening up
term.
the curtain. Okay, we're opening the curtain up, and we're looking.
What's the sound effect of that?
I don't know. We don't have one.
I got a heartwarming story that we were talking about in the break.
Yeah, so there you go. So see
You're not
that-
going to win there.
You see how dangerous he is.
Yeah.
Good luck.
But anyway, we
can't
got,
tell him that, though.
No,
Hey,
you talking about not coachable?
Hey, Speedy, the only way, get a picture of Alice.
Okay,
It
that's
works.
right.
It
Well, that's
works.
on Adler.
Hey, got
Adler-
3 of them. Give them all 3 out
Yes,
there.
yeah, please.
Put them,
You won't hear another word from
How
him.
about this? Here's what you need to do, okay? Just get any picture of Ellis.
Right.
Okay? Get a picture of Marin with a bow.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay?
bow in her hair.
And then pull up.
There you go.
Look, and then get
Goodness.
pistol pace with
That's with his mean
Right.
with his mean face.
Yeah.
Look at-
Yeah.
So,
Look,
Greg,
there they all
Greg,
are.
think
Attaboy,
about
Adam.
this. If somebody else was going to say what you're saying to those kids, how would you feel about
Well,
it?
that's it, Bubba. I'm done. Might
that's
as well
it.
go back to work for the power company.
Yeah.
That's ruined it.
The only
Bubba,
thing.
that's the only gig I
Please
got.
love.
That's all I can do.
Hey, the only thing.
only gig I
Yeah, is be hateful.
The
Nobody wants to hear anything else from me.
right. Well, hey, on the other side of the seesaw though is game day.
Right.
So we gotta because he's in the game day punchy attitude
you're
as
right.
well. Because
You think somebody-
Kate's and Lee are going to come hang out with him.
You think somebody wants
So-
an inspirational speech from me? Seriously?
No, they don't. You're right.
Fire them up, Greg.
Gotta give
Greg,
the
the
audience what they want. man.
Take a sip.
There's a concept. But how about this? The classic. The closest we get to you being heartwarming is when you read some of Speedy's dad's points.
Now that's true.
Yeah, yeah.
That
But-
is
but
absolutely
that
true.
makes that funny.
And
that
the
he's doing
only
it.
reason that is because you have so much respect for his dad.
Absolutely.
That's the
I don't
only
want to
reason.
mess it up.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess it
If
up.
it was anybody else, you'd
I'll
just say
drop
give 'em
my
that.
personal rules when that applies.
Yeah, you do.
I said it.
Really, Speedy's dad is an adult version of Gray's grandkids.
Absolutely.
Right.
You can't go.
So good.
You know,
Rick, you're
With
all
a
over
fresh
it.
haircut.
yeah, right.
That day,
Yeah.
you pulled me in something and we made him mad. Remember that?
No, that was on you. That wasn't on me.
I love how you blaming somebody
Rick
else.
did that.
How you blaming me?
You did. I think he
I'll-
misunderstood
I
what
will
I
say-
said.
I will say
That's
this.
where you call him a
apo-
Branch Davidian. Right?
Yeah.
But I,
Can we just
Thank you, Bubba.
but
I
I
actually
misunderstood.
forgot
But
what
I
it was.
apologize.
Good.
I
got
felt bad
Steve.
about it.
The point I was
It was
making.
Rick's fault.
You got pulled in.
Yeah.
Look.
It's the Burgess brothers.
Yeah.
know.
Look, sometimes you get there and mix it up.
I can't keep up with Davidians and 7-day Advent. I can't keep up with all
Like,
who's
But none of that had to
He
do with
goes again.
what we.
something
How
like
about
None of
this?
that.
A lot. There's, and I think this applies to anything. Greg and I have done a lot of good in the world, but we've done a lot of bad.
You've heard a lot of feelings. Heard a lot of
one
feelings.
extreme to the other.
Hey, we've done some damage. We've done some good.
When did
Maybe
it start?
Maybe it evens out.
Did it start when y'all would go in and take over a party and it would become yours?
yeah.
Okay, that's
No,
what
we
I
didn't do a
thought.
lot of good then.
Now, Rick, how about
It was
zero?
rare to find good then.
Rick, zero good.
Yeah, it was good. It was that was one of those things. There was a day where someone would run into the streets of the western town and say, "They're on the way."
And for those days, Rick, we need to apologize to people and their pets.
Pets,
Oh,
people,
yeah.
property, all kinds of problems. Look, they're riding up over the ridge. Here they come. I see the lights. Somebody get a hero.
Cut the lights
give
off.
them food, they'll leave.
Well, that was usually our demand. But anyway, we'll take that party tray and we'll go on our way.
Yeah.
But the
We'll take that pickle loaf lunch meat.
please, sirs, take our party tray. Just
Whatever
leave.
you want, just go.
Just leave. And the pickles. How about them pickles? Yes.
Take 'em.
But anyway, so
I got to get a line. I'm leaving it.
what I was going to say is, but to Bubba's point on kind of the gas break, we've done some light, and you can continue light, but what we got to be careful is when the light runs out and all you got left is the heavy.
Yeah.
So what I'm
and then
saying,
it's too
so what I'm
heavy.
saying, do you want to go light, heavy, light, heavy, light, heavy, light?
Yeah.
You know,
you don't want to use all your
because
light
because if you use up all the light, all you got left is the heavy.
Yeah.
And that's all I was saying. Do y'all want to do a little heavy here?
Okay, so under those rules, it would be heavy here.
It would be a heavy here. Yeah, it would be heavy here.
So why don't we do Alec Baldwin?
I love when we're this transparent. This is how this show works.
This is it. Hey, a lot of thought put into this.
Right.
Yeah.
Will you light, heavy?
What y'all want to do? I don't know.
So anyway, Alec Baldwin, I'm shocked by this story. It's rare.
This is weird.
Yeah, it's rare it's rare that I turn on the kickoff hour and there's breaking news that shocks me.
Right.
Usually
Bizarre.
I'm cutting up with them, and Speedy's been in some handle, and Greg seems sleepy, and
Right.
and
Basically, normally it's boring.
and Hams has angered sports fans.
Right.
And so, but
That's
today,
our day.
But today I turned it on, and I mean, you know how sometimes you hear something on the radio or on the news.
Yeah, you go, what?
I did this live this morning.
Speedy-
I didn't
Speedy
think,
said
I thought
it,
he was
both of us.
reading something. I thought he was making it up.
You know
thought
what
he
I
had
relate
it wrong.
this to? You remember
It was
when
so
we first
weird.
heard that OJ was on the run?
Yes.
It's kind of like that.
And can I tell you, when I heard half the
Thought he was
story,
wrong.
you know what I thought? You ready for this one? Because Alec Baldwin is a hothead.
Oh yeah.
And if you encounter him on the road
Speedy
or
had him
whatever,
killing somebody on
in my
purpose.
mind, when I first saw
when
it, I
you
went,
first
"Oh my
heard it.
God, he's gotten in another argument and shot somebody."
Right.
And then I realized, no, it was on a movie set,
Right.
and it was
felt bad about
supposed to be a prop gun, and something happened, and he shot somebody and killed him.
See,
Right.
Speedy first
a
told us.
42-year-old female and wounded another guy who's since been released from the
They
hospital.
first
but
said he
did
was
kill
critical. They
somebody.
said that wasn't true.
Right.
Well-
it's the director of the movie.
And then just you and me, so you have to sit over in one chair, and I struggled that the word cinematographer was in it.
I know.
I knew
How did I do with that?
It was shaky.
Okay.
But I mean, I could tell you were grossly uncomfortable
Way
with
too
it,
many
and that it
syllables.
was in the story more than you wanted it to be.
Yes, it was
So-
all up in it.
Yeah, and it was a serious story,
It
so you had to
was.
be real
I
careful.
know.
So exactly-
I was anxious for you.
You
on the
really
drive
got to
in.
open your mouth and use your tongue on that one.
Right.
What does that mean exactly? Is that the person who's doing the filming, running
Yeah.
the camera?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then
Because,
they get the right look, you
Yeah.
know, the
What they call it, Greg?
lighting, cinematographers,
Cinematographer.
cinnamon.
But if you look at the pictures from the set, she is awful dressed up, and she's in costume on a couple of them. It looks like so. I don't. Maybe she's
Well, are those just pictures
in the
from
movie
talking about her?
too.
Yeah, that could have been pictures from
that's
something
not-
else. She
yeah,
did.
that's just-
Yeah.
I don't think that was like live.
No, there is there's a set picture here, and it looked like she was in costume. on it.
I
She's
I see
standing
what
right
you-
behind Alex. You see the one with the circles, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's on the
Anyway,
set of this movie.
Yeah. Anyway, he has a prop gun in his hand, and apparently it discharges and a projectile. Which we were talking about this during the kickoff hour, and we started getting some emails from people that are in the know, and they said that a lot of times blanks are capped with little plastic pieces. So if there was a blank in the pistol and he
had to be
shot it,
close
then
to-
the plastic piece might have been what was projected out of.
And
the
y'all did
pistol.
what I was doing in the automobile listening to you guys, and that was remembering, how these had been happening in the past. But
Bruce
those
Lee's
those
boy.
were at close range.
Yeah, Bruce Lee's boy,
Right.
and
Yeah.
then that John Eric Hexum guy from
Yeah.
the '80s.
Yeah.
His was it had blanks in it, but the concussion from it because he put it against his head,
Yeah, that
fractured
well,
his skull
yeah,
and it killed him.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
too.
I mean, I know that probably two of my sons could help us with this, but it's
Yeah.
but it's a little early for that.
Right,
But,
I understand
yeah,
that.
But,
I understand
but
that.
but yeah, I believe it or not, because they want it to look authentic. I think you guys were right. Yes, they're blanks, but they're like using real guns, and they're almost.
You got the
Yeah,
powder.
the blank is basically the same thing, just without a projectile in it. It's the gunpowder's
But
there and all
the
that.
thing
Correct.
here,
And
though,
smoke,
this
you know.
we get the two up close, but this sounds like it wasn't up close. I
I
don't know.
know.
Maybe we're assuming that.
Yeah, maybe it was up close, and we just think it wasn't. And at one point, I thought, like you guys were speculating, was there a gun there that was actually live, and he made a mistake? Mm-hmm. But that.
But
doesn't
why
seem-
would you have a
that
loaded
doesn't seem
weapon on
down-
set?
That doesn't seem likely.
You know.
So
Now, did you? Trump sent out a tweet said he wished it actually would have been Alec Baldwin who got shot.
Greg?
Did you see that?
What? There you go.
Greg.
I
He
made
did
that
not.
up.
I mean,
I made
Yeah,
that.
and
Well, Baldwin gives him a hard time.
Yes, he does. Greg. I get the joke.
And it says here that Baldwin actually asked why he was handed a hot gun after the shooting, which typically means a gun is loaded with real ammunition. But later, the film production company said it was accident. It was an accident. It was a blank that was in the gun.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We'll come back. We'll chat with you too at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top. Yeah. Great. That was nice. Well, I'm in total affection. All right, so coming up this weekend, another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So we had actually interviewed Madison Pruitt on the big show, but again, we kind of just went to surface on it. There was a lot to unpack. That's the beauty of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You will find some guests that appear on the big show, and then we have them in a much more in-depth interview on the podcast. And her book, Made for This Moment, is out now. This is Madison Pruitt, who was on season 24 of ABC's The Bachelor and became the focal storyline of her walking through that as a woman of faith. And so the book is out now. And that is, by the way, this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Get that wherever you get podcasts. So listeners, of course, are always, we really, if you think about it, we've been doing this long enough that now there's a whole society of people that see the world the way we do, and that could be a good thing, or that could be a bad thing, because they were probably drawn here because they felt like, hey man, that's kind of that I can relate to these guys. And then there's, like we hear the people say all the time, sometimes we teach people indirectly, and we don't mean to certain things, and just say certain things to make certain noises. And all of this. So like I said before, I think we do some good. Now, I also know that we probably do some damage. Yeah, well, you hope that you do more good than damage. But anyway, so
you hope.
Apparently, and this is what threw me a little bit when somebody said this was a Christian bookstore. It threw me a little bit. But then they explained what was going on. Are y'all familiar with ARC, this church planning organization?
Yes.
Yeah, and so there was some sort of ARC conference. And, a lot of times when they do these conferences, they'll set up a bookstore with all kinds of resources and stuff while you're there. Here comes the picture of what he saw on the shelf side by side.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that?
So on the shelf side by side is Madison Pruitt's book, Made for This Moment. Right beside it, a book from Ed Orgeron.
Flip
the script. Wow. And they said something about this was awkward.
Yeah.
And
I see that.
Well, then I had the question, what's Coach O doing with a book in a Christian bookstore?
Thank you. That's my
What's Coach O doing with a book?
And
anyway.
And by the way, I think I know why. But anyway,
I think it's a geographical tie there.
But I'm just kind of like,
that's strange.
Do Christian bookstores carry Coach O's book? What?
What is that book about?
Well, I guess it's the championship season.
Well, you flip the script.
But what's that doing in a Christian bookstore? And the fact that, he's had some issues with younger women, to have that right there by Madison Pruitt's book. Wow. Somebody found out and the person even said, look, I know this is twisted to me, but I'm sorry. This
one. You know what? That's a good one.
I kind of want to talk to the person that put it. Did they do this on purpose?
Well, yeah, I immediately,
Right.
I went. Let me tell you what I did immediately, because I would assume her book would be in all bookstores, not just in Christian bookstores.
I have I'm not questioning her book being in any store.
Me either. But what I'm talking about, what threw me is when he said, I saw this in a Christian bookstore,
right?
And not that her book shouldn't be there. What's Coach O's book doing there?
That's my ultimate question.
And the person laughed and said, I'm at an art conference, and this was set up over here in the bookstore.
Somebody put it there.
Somebody flipping.
But I'm with you, Bubba. Do you think somebody said, "Watch this"?
Yeah, check it out.
Where was the conference? Do we know?
I don't know.
You don't. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
I just wondered if the conference is maybe in New Orleans.
I just didn't know. First of all,
that would help me a little
you're
bit.
required to put his book.
I didn't know if Coach O wrote a book that would be considered a faith book.
Thank you.
I just wouldn't. I have not seen the evidence of that. Is that even does he even proclaim that?
I don't think so.
You're
maybe
right,
he does.
yeah,
but
right,
and maybe
I've got the place.
Maybe it's some. Here's where I'm going with. It's New Orleans, and the Christian bookstore rep is trying to get other people in there to see the other books, and this is how they pull them in.
Sorry.
Dang.
I'm going to tell you why it's in there.
Yeah,
in the break. You and I are on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it'll be in the break.
Go Tigers.
Okay.
I got you.
Yeah.
I now know
Yeah,
what's going on here. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
Probably a little fandom.
That'll actually help me in my email back to that listener from yesterday about a certain organization.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah. I saw you on it. How about that?
This was in Charleston.
Yeah.
So
this makes perfect sense now.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that to begin with.
It was just
sad.
it threw me that because the funny thing is that they're side by side. Well, I thought they were side by side just out in bookstore or wherever because both books would be out there.
Bubba, great pickup on your part.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
You look like Altuve at second on that one.
Yeah. I thought
Great
the same.
job.
I think I pulled that one looking at the chart on the side.
Well, we had a similar thing happen because when I asked what is this doing in a Christian bookstore, and he said, "Well, I'm at this conference," and then I went ding 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 ding.
Right.
You know, and so, but yeah, I've just never heard anybody say I'm trying to grow in my faith, so I'm reading what Ed Orgeron had to say about it. I've never had that's never happened. Now, if somebody said I'd like to read a book on the championship season of LSU, well, sure, but being in a place of spiritual resources, I just never. Yeah, like I've never heard this. So what are y'all doing in your men's group? It's a Coach O Bible study. I mean, I haven't heard that.
No, normally not.
No, and what makes
Tony
me
Dungy,
laugh, I'm just gonna laugh.
hey, Tony Dungy,
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh yes.
But I'd never put those two things together. But anyway, good news is it's 25% off.
Yeah, it's going to be in the bargain bin. Rick, I say sit tight. It's going to go even lower.
Yeah, it probably is.
It's like when they put the hot dogs for sale when the game's nearly over. 25 cents.
Or get your copy now.
Well, let me ask you this: what if you picked it up to read it, and it was written the way he talks?
No, that.
What if he does the audiobook?
Oh no!
What if he does the audiobook?
Don't die.
awesome.
Somebody said I got the audiobook, but I couldn't understand it. So anyway, but hey, let me tell you, emailer, that's funny.
That's
nice
a good
catch
one.
on your part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good one.
That's funny stuff right there. But Madison Pruitt this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Top of the hour, we'll be back. More to come, and we'll look at President Biden's town hall yesterday. Had that worked out nice. That looked good. I bet that made us all sleep tight. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us for another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back. And, well, this bed music right here could not be more apropos than bringing in this man. You know what this bed music is? The rebirth of Slick. Welcome back.
The Rick and Bubba Show
Oh,
is
boy.
a federally protected trademark.
There we go with this again.
We just thought you'd
All
want
right.
Well, thank you.
all rights reserved.
That's for all you trade day people that are selling shirts on your own. So, Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to be in seat number 2.
Yeah, so you want to go town hall?
Town hall. I don't know if
boy.
this is back to our conversation early. I don't know if this is dark or light or it's just sad, but it's also odd.
When I hear the President of the United States speak, the current president, all those emotions go. I feel embarrassed. I feel uncomfortable. I feel frustrated. I feel angry because it's. I mean, I've left political preferences on this. I'm finding myself frustrated with the fact that they can't do a better job of even marketing their goal of socialism. Yeah. I mean, y'all can't even
clean
market
that mess up.
The way y'all are handling the vaccines. And here's another one. It's just stupid. And what it is, you become so condescending and arrogant about it. and nothing could turn people away from it more.
Yeah, you fumbled this at every turn as far as the rollout and trying to sell it to people. Rick, I saw, I've scanned some of the sound, some of the clips here. This is probably one of the more disturbing run of Biden clips we're going to have. He's going to mock freedom.
Right out of the gate.
He's going to. Do we have the one about why he has not been to the border? Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Rick,
Well,
you ought to hear this. He
had a whole
rambles
heck of a lot
around.
going on. He said.
Yeah, he tells he said he was at the border and he went one time.
we got
but
them
he's
all.
So
We got them all.
listen to this and take
All right.
this in.
We'll take them one at a time. This is from Biden's town hall. Was this last night?
Was it last night?
Yesterday,
or night before?
whenever
this
it was.
week? Yeah,
It was
last night.
I know
All right,
they were talking about this morning.
First of all, again, just if I was the person in marketing, if you're wanting to turn a constitutional republic into a socialistic, either soft tyranny or full-blown tyrannical socialistic / communistic government, you fool people. You don't come out and say things like this, because some people who may even start being apathetic about their freedom and liberty suddenly start to wake up and go, "What did he say?" And so those of you that do not want to take the vaccine and you don't want to be made to take it, Biden says, "Hey, you can take your freedom and you can cram it." So here he is.
Mr. President, let me ask you a follow about that. As many as 1 in 3 emergency responders in some cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, right here in Baltimore, are refusing to comply with city vaccine mandates. I'm wondering where you stand on that. Should police officers, emergency responders, be mandated to get vaccines? And if not, should they be stay at home or let go?
Yes and yes. By the way,
Don't miss the applause.
I waited until July to talk about mandating because I tried everything else possible. The mandates are working. All the stuff about people leaving and people getting it, you have everyone from United Airlines to Spirit, all these airlines. We're not going to get all 96, 97% of the people have gotten the vaccine. All the talk about all these folks who are going to leave the military if they're mandated. Not true. You got about a 90-some% vaccination rate. I mean, so the idea is that, look, the two things that concern me, one are those who just try to make this a political issue. Freedom.
What are you doing?
I have the freedom to kill you with my COVID. No, I mean, come on. Freedom.
See.
What a dumb statement.
Let me tell you that his people.
Well, he's against politicizing it.
That's marketing it. Probably had as close to a stroke as they could get when he said it, because you're going to see that clip a million times in the election if he makes it that long.
Now keep in mind, he's telling us that the mandates is what's working. The reason why this thing is trailing off because of the mandates. Now that politicians are masterful of that.
Yeah.
If they see something happening, they'll say, "Well, whatever we're doing is playing a role." Whether we can really walk that out or not. But again, what they've never been able to take on is, and they need to explain better, is they're telling everybody to be vaccinated because then you'll be okay. But then they're telling you that you need to fear people who are not vaccinated even when you're vaccinated.
Right. Well, we have a
right.
Here's the problem.
Right.
Joe would have much more credibility on this issue if we had a knockdown vaccine like we have for smallpox and MMRs and all that kind of stuff. This vaccine is leaky. You can still get it after you've had the vaccine. You can still give it to somebody else after you've had the vaccine. So vaccinated doesn't mean everybody's safe. It helps. Doesn't mean everybody's safe. So he's not in the factual position. I think anybody in the U.S. in leadership, when they mock freedom, is a problem.
Yeah.
And I think we need to really seriously look at what we're doing. Does freedom cost us problems? Yes, it does sometimes. But it's better than the alternative.
It is, and that's
because if you give that up for this, you're going to give it up for a whole lot of other things. And don't think that things that you consider important and precious and freedom that never would be taken from you won't be crammed into it's good for the public health and they'll try that approach again because it always happens that way. Guns,
he was,
hate speech, all that.
Yeah, he was fine if he didn't do the freedom thing, and because really what he's saying,
just disagree. Yeah, but when you mock freedom,
yeah,
that's just because again, people can get the vaccine and still die.
Yep.
Colin Powell.
Yeah.
People can still get the vaccine and pass the infection to other people. It is a leaky vaccine. That's the medical term, not mine. Leaky. It has holes in it. So it helps. It lessens. It helps with a lot of people. Some people have had problems with it. We've acknowledged that too. But I don't know about mocking freedom.
Can we document?
Freedom is our Rick, if there's a 4 cornerstones to why we're here and why we're Americans, freedom is the first one.
It is, and it is worth dying for. Do we remember Patrick Henry at all?
Yeah.
Give me liberty or give me what?
Death.
Okay. So, and what did Benjamin Franklin say? If you give up freedom for security, you're probably not worthy of either.
Yeah, and there was something about older women, but I forgot.
But that was different.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Okay, there is no guarantee. But here, I would go this far, since he's used the hyperbole. Don't forget what he just said. I have the freedom to kill you with my COVID.
Right.
And no one's going to ask him this except this show, and we don't. He's not going to come on here. So, President Biden, can you give us one documented case that a non-vaccinated person killed a vaccinated person with their COVID?
No.
Can you give us one of those?
No.
Is there one case that we can draw that line, saying this person was fully vaccinated, and some unvaccinated person got COVID, gave it to them while they were fully vaccinated, and it killed them
on purpose?
On purpose. Is anybody? Can we even document? Because I thought the reason why we were supposed to all get the vaccine, which I don't necessarily disagree with, is not that we could never catch it, because that is happening. Maybe it helps us not catch it as easily, and if we do get it, we don't die, unless you're like Colin Powell and have a lot of comorbidities. And you're 84 years old. They tell him that COVID killed him, when really, when you look at it, he was fully vaccinated, but he had blood cancer and Parkinson's disease. He was 84 years old. But can we really say that there have been, I'm talking about multiple cases, so much so that we have to take away your livelihood, that people who are unvaccinated, who caught COVID, all right, because natural antibodies, we'll say you don't have natural antibodies and you refuse to get vaccinated, okay? Do we have one case that person caught it, passed it to a fully vaccinated person, and it killed them?
Yeah.
Do we really have those cases?
No.
Well, if we do, then the vaccine's really not any good.
It's happening.
Because not only is it not keeping me from catching it, apparently also it doesn't protect me. And we know that's really not true. I thought the whole push for the vaccine, which I don't disagree with, is that it'll help you have some protection from the severity of the disease, and it does give you some resistance. To the disease. Isn't that why
there's no way to measure how many people didn't get it because they were vaccinated?
Of course, natural antibodies appears to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So, but that's okay. We can have that conversation. If I haven't had it, then
all of that together,
is
a good thing.
But are the unvaccinated and people who didn't have COVID, are they really killing people?
Yeah, that's what I'm like the statement that he basically made.
Do we have that kind? And the reason why I would say they probably aren't is because a lot of us have natural immunity, or we have vaccinated immunity.
Exactly.
To some degree. Neither one of them are 100%.
No, but
they're
better
good.
than none.
Immunity is what keeps you healthy, no matter how you get it.
It's better than not having it either way. Right?
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events Sunday night, Mangum, Louisiana. Be there for Man Church as Mangum Baptist Church in Louisiana, just finishing up the first 40-week curriculum. We'll have a Man Church service, and then in January they'll start the second curriculum from themanchurch.com called Real Men. Takes on 8 men of the Bible over another 40-week period in 2022. So looking forward to being with the men of Mangum, Louisiana, coming up Sunday night. Join us at Mangum Baptist Church for Man Church. Coming up next week, October the 28th, it begins the 13th annual Rick and Bubba Late Summer Slam. Those of you that will be traveling to our part of the world or wanting to be part or enjoy this tennis tournament, find those details at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. Also be speaking at a men's conference at Green Street Baptist Church in High Point, North Carolina, November 5th and 6th. And then Sherry will be at Calvary Baptist for a women's event in Union City, Tennessee, where you hear us on KYTN coming up on November the 6th as well. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. All right, so we continue with the town hall with President Biden. You just want to go in order here, Bubba. Some of them may require commentary. Some of them won't. We can move through them as quick as you guys want to. But so let's go to the next one. And the White House had to come back. You know, he's a loose cannon. And here he is talking about our commitment to Taiwan and defending them if China is attacked. Here we go.
Where in Connecticut are you from?
Greenwich.
Greg?
China just tested a hypersonic missile. What will you do to keep up with them militarily, and can you vow to protect Taiwan?
Thanks for reading your card.
What about this
Yes and
goober?
yes.
Greg.
We are
That's his new thing.
He said yes for you.
Yes and yes.
Look, Greg.
militarily.
Right.
China, Russia, and the rest of the world knows we have the most powerful military in the history of the world. Don't worry about whether they're going to be more powerful. What you do have to worry about is whether or not they're going to engage in activities that will put them in a position where they may make a serious mistake. And so I've spoken and spent more time with Xi Jinping than any other world leader has.
Really?
That's why you hear people saying Biden wants to start a new Cold War with China. I don't want a Cold War with China. I just want to make China understand that we are not going to step back. We are not going to change any of our views.
So are you saying that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense if China attacked?
Yes, we have a commitment to do that.
The White House
They
came
walked
back.
that back now.
Yeah, they came out and said, hey, whoa. By the way, to the president, the White House had to come back and contradict the president, saying, not so fast. We're not, we get, whoa.
Whoa, ching, ching,
so we may or may not protect Taiwan.
What was their did you see their statement? I saw
didn't.
where they said they walked it back.
Yeah,
He said yes and yes.
Here it is.
He said yes. And
The clarification was quick. The president was not announcing any change in our policy, and there's no change in our policy.
What's that?
What's the policy?
The policy is that, yes, we will defend Taiwan, but we won't talk about it.
Okay.
That's been the policy.
All right, the next one.
Ching, ching, ping.
If y'all are wondering why the president has not gone to the southern border, he clarifies that for you.
All right, get ready for this.
Here we go.
Do you have plans to visit the southern border?
I've been there before, and I haven't. I mean, I know it well. I guess I should go down, but the whole point of it is I haven't had a whole hell of a lot of time to get down. What? I've been spending time going around looking at the $900 billion worth of damage done by hurricanes and floods and, and weather and traveling around the world. But now my wife Jill has been down. She's been on both sides of the river. She's seen the circumstances there. She's looked into those places.
What's that got to do with her?
You notice you're not seeing a lot of pictures of kids lying on top of one another with looks like tarps on top of them.
What guys?
He's talking about the
silver blankets.
The silver blankets, and the reason you're not seeing those pictures is they won't let reporters go in.
No.
How about the pictures of the kids that people have left under bushes for people to come get?
Yeah.
And we've seen pictures of those.
So we're going to let a president get away with that crap there.
That whole statement was.
That'll make you mad.
That was
right there.
asinine.
That is ridiculous.
Now he has spent a lot of time in Delaware.
I hadn't heard a whole lot of
half the weekends in Delaware.
Here's some of our favorites. He thinks he sees the mayor of Baltimore in the audience. Unfortunately, it's actually Congressman, and I can't pronounce the name. It's actually not who he thinks it is.
These are my favorites.
By the way, there's two famous guys in this audience here. I just noticed. Ben Cardin and Chris Van Hollen. And the mayor.
It's not the mayor.
Holy mackerel.
It's not the mayor.
And you see why I hate.
He had a mask on.
Well,
he just
next.
Sorry.
So
This is really going on.
This is not a Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah, the most powerful man in the world.
If Donald Trump had done what he just did,
Yep.
it would be a total uprising right
Yes,
now.
it would.
It would. Well, Bubba, if Donald Trump was telling everybody to take the vaccine, all the left would be against it.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me just.
Yeah, that's the same vaccine though that he had. They're pushing on everyone now.
I know, but remember they weren't going to touch it. They weren't going to take anything he rushed to market. Next, if you enjoyed the movie Ricky Bobby, you remember when he said, "I don't know what to do with my hands."
Oh yeah.
I skipped Thomas Jefferson. All right, let's do Thomas Jefferson next. I'm sorry, Adler. He refuses to defend Thomas Jefferson's statue because it's going to be tore down. Here we go.
New York City is removing a statue of Thomas Jefferson from its legislative chamber because of Jefferson's history as a slaveholder. Do you support that decision?
Well, I think that's up to the locality to decide what they want to do on that.
Locality.
He's saying it's a local
locality?
issue. The people there need to decide what statues they do and don't want. Mm-hmm. And I don't generally disagree with that. I think that's the local people ought to be deciding their own issues.
If you think that's important, which is really not.
Well, but I don't know how you can say that the opposite side of that, and where I do struggle with it is why are you destroying history? Because now you don't like the way that history is being written. Because if we say that Thomas Jefferson doesn't belong in those chambers, why in the world do we have a giant monument to him in Washington, D.C.? Why do we have one to George Washington? Mm-hmm. Why do we have one to Lincoln? I mean, we could make the same claim about all of them on some level.
Well, you've hit on the concern is he's not being asked to defend some local mayor's statue that everybody's mad about. The current leader of the free world won't defend a founding father.
Yeah. Well,
he makes, and I understand what he's saying, and I agree with that too. But you've already made that point. But we're talking about Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah,
here.
It feels a little Soviet Union like when you start trying to tear down statues and all of that. I mean, and to Greg's point many times, you tear down all the statues you want. It doesn't change your life for the better. Mm-mm. You just don't know the history anymore for the next generation.
We'll come back. We still got the Ricky Bobby moment. Him asking Anderson Cooper what he's doing there. All that still to come.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Chord Buddy teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, chordbuddy.com. Go there now, and you can start playing guitar the minute it arrives. I mean, you want to learn to play guitar. A lot of times people don't do that. They don't stay the course because it's so difficult to make music. It takes so long for you to be able to hold a chord that people lose interest and stop pursuing it. But with Chord Buddy, it's like training wheels on a bicycle. The first day you get it, you put it on the neck of the guitar and you press buttons, and the buttons hold the chords for you, and you strum away. So you can get yours now, and then you take them off as you learn to hold the chords yourself. Go to chordbuddy.com, and they'll send you your Chord Buddy for it's less than $50 to get the whole package. Really cool. They've got some great deals on guitars as well. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. chordbuddy.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so finishing with President Biden, and we'll be done. There's one of these things y'all were talking about how these statues we don't change history by doing that. I heard Ricky, is it Gervais? How you say his name? His last name. His last name.
We know who you're talking about.
His last name really struggles with me. He was talking about this Dave Chappelle thing, and he said if this is the way we're going to do history, he goes, here's the problem. He goes, comedy right now could be dead because you could go out and do comedy under the guise and the acceptance of today's standard, but we have established that 10 years from now somebody could cancel you for something you said 10 years prior. So even if you think you're doing it right now, who knows what's going to be the standard 10 years from now? So he said you can't be in the entertainment business. You can't be a commentator, even if you're going to run afraid and say, I don't want the cancel culture to get me. But they may change what they'll cancel you for 10 years from now and hold you accountable for what you said 10 years prior. So you see where this heads?
Yep.
So the founding fathers are who they are, and they founded this country, the good, the bad, the ugly. And we just had a president, and I understand not wanting to weigh in on the statue thing, but Thomas Jefferson was probably an opportunity to do some sort of defense of the founding fathers. But now we get into this sheer bizarreness, Ricky Bobby moment here in the town hall.
Of them.
Yeah, where Biden says he doesn't know what to do with his hands. So here we go.
Oh, my goodness.
About that, just in terms of inflation, because you had told us at a town hall, I think it was in July, that this was just near-term inflation. The Wall Street Journal recently talked to like 67 financial experts who said that they saw high inflation going all the way or deep into 2022.
Does he think he's on an invisible like
I think
jetpack?
he's got. Listen, it's almost like he's got a piece of candy. And he's saying he's going to ask Anderson Cooper to pick. Pick Anderson.
Or he thinks he's a rock'em sock'em robot.
Right. Or he's driving an invisible car.
Yeah.
What the world is he doing?
This goes back to
I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Yeah, so this is what we got.
World.
Leader of the free world, folks.
What a bizarre day.
All right, so then we go on. Here, Anderson Cooper has to help Joe Biden remember the city of Long Beach, California. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
With 40% of all products coming into the United States of America on the West Coast go through Los Angeles and what am I doing here?
Is it Long Beach?
Long Beach.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
goodness. What am I doing here?
Okay, so
am I doing here?
We thought, as a society, as a group, as a regulatory group and commission, that at a certain age you had to quit flying airplanes. You had to, you couldn't do certain government jobs when they had mandatory retirement, and that's kind of a broad stroke. Obviously, some people could do very well past that, some couldn't, but they said, look, we can't make that call. We're just going to say you can't be over this age.
Right.
I really do think, and this would affect a lot of people on both sides, we've got to set an age limit on the president.
I think so. And you're right, and it is
we have a minimum.
It's going to be unfair.
We have a minimum, and I think we got to have a maximum too.
Yeah,
because this is now beginning to look like we're abusing people.
It is.
I feel abusive at this point.
Bubba, Joe Biden not understanding the reality, because what do you hear people say all the time? If you have a company, they'll say, well, now we're going to get a cost of living raise. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Well, the cost of living has gone up, so what I'm getting paid doesn't get as much as it once did. So when you look at the out of control inflation right now, what everything costs means what you're making doesn't go as far as it did before. And so the president's going to try to convince us that wages are up, but he's ignoring that the cost of everything has gone up as well. So really wages are not up because I have to buy things that are much more expensive. So he kind of plays games with ignoring inflation and trying to convince us that everybody's wages are up. So here we go.
So what you see is wages are actually up for those who are working, because for the first time in a long time, employees are able to bargain. You're the boss. You want me to work for you? What are you going to pay me? How are you going to do it? I'm not being facetious.
He's saying that the fact that our economy is in a disaster, that companies are so desperate for you now, you have leverage, and wages are actually up. Now, he has ignored that the cost of everything is going up because of the shortage as well.
Now, but let's remind Joe, because he has never run a business.
Right.
He spent the better part of his life on Amtrak, apparently.
Right. And talking to the ghost of a guy who had died.
That's great.
Right.
I hope everyone can negotiate their own deal. But when those wages go up, that business will turn around and charge more for that product. They have to.
Right.
They can't keep producing it.
Right.
So that means for all the rest of us buying it, that price is going to go up. So you're not actually solving the problem when you do that. And that's the point we've tried to make with the minimum wage increases. Right. You never really gain anything, only for a short period of time.
Right. And
if you keep your job because they release people, your buying power is eroded, so you haven't gained anything. We're just playing rock, paper, scissors here with all this. Mm-hmm. So how you really make a gain is you do a good job and you get promoted and you get a bigger job with more responsibility and more pay will come with that.
Right.
That's the whole process. And you got to have entry-level jobs that people can afford to have as a business to get people into a business to learn these things. That's where they're totally missing the boat on this. They're trying to make entry-level job living wages. And I understand the argument they're making, but that's just not the way it works. And it's not the way that you should want it to work, because you want people to get in that and try to move up and do better.
But does everybody also,
and better themselves.
And you're 100% right, but does everybody also understand the basic concept that this leverage that I supposedly have been given is driving the price of everything up?
So and closing businesses.
So even when I say, look at this, I made $10,000 more than I was normally getting paid, but you go out and everything is $15,000 more expensive, do you realize you've actually gone backward? Does nobody understand that concept? That the cost of living, if that's going up at a rate more than your salary is going up, you aren't getting more money.
No, you're backing up.
You're not getting more money, and even if it's going up at the same rate, you're just where you've always been.
See, I think
okay. Does nobody understand that?
I think, and I know that it's just so elementary on so many levels. I know for a fact I was never taught about net worth when you were in high school, when you had consumer math, okay, which checkbook math. I think people need to understand net worth and assets and debits and, what appreciates and depreciates, basically what Dave Ramsey teaches in Financial Peace University, which ought to be taught in the schools, that people would realize, not that your value of your life is tied to your net worth,
no,
but that's how you manage your finances. That's how you have to. That's how the financial world. That's how dollars work. And people just they don't know it. He obviously doesn't know it, which is incredible. How can you be up there making laws as long as he have and be as naive and obviously uninformed about things that he is?
Oversimplistic. But if I was making $1 and I went in and somebody says, we're going to double your salary to $2, but then I go out and what I'm trying to buy costs $3, you can say you made more money, but you're not better off because
inflation,
right,
which we have
right,
now,
right,
at one of the highest marks we've had in decades, is a tax on everybody.
Right.
Everybody, not the rich,
cost of living,
not the poor, everybody. The bread went up for everybody. The gas went up for everybody. the housing prices went up for everybody.
Right. Yeah. Hey, good news.
You're being taxed at a higher rate now because of that.
Hey, good news. I just went out.
You do it to thunderous applause.
Yeah. You come home, you go out and say, "Hey, they paid me more money," and you come home and find out, well, rent just went up.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, exactly. So, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll continue. We get your phone calls next. Whatever you want to talk about. We've got most of the lines available right now. So you can get in, 866 We Be Big. You bring up the topics, you ask the questions, you bring the information. We'll talk to you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. Bubba, not trying to brag, but there's a bachelorette party going on outside.
Yeah.
And, you know, when there's a bride to be, you know what they say? Take me to Rick and Bubba. Let me go watch through the glass. Anyway, we'll give a little hello to them here in a minute. We're getting the information. All right, so let's start a phone show. At the end of 30 seconds, your time on the program is done. We'll move to the next caller, Romeo, out of Georgia. Georgia getting us started. Romeo, 30 seconds, buddy. You're on the move. Go.
What's up, my brothers in Christ? I love you. Love the show. I just want to say I love my president, and I thank him. And every time y'all make a joke about him, I laugh, and I love your jokes about him because it reminds me of one thing. That old man and that bumming idiot got rid of Donald Trump for me. Amen. Thank you, Joe Biden. Go, Joe Biden.
Wow.
I think he's kidding.
Yeah. Surely that's a joke. I mean, it is true. There's no more mean tweets, but our economy's in shambles. But thank goodness there's nothing mean on Twitter. Yeah. But coming soon in 2022, what is that? The platform that Trump's about to launch? It probably will just feature only his
Truth.
It'll probably just feature only his tweets.
Yeah.
We continue to Daniel in the great state of Tennessee. Daniel, 30 seconds. Go.
Monkey grass, green acres, guys.
Hey,
welcome.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm a new listener. Just wanted to say thank y'all for what y'all do for the kingdom of Christ, and
thank you, buddy.
For young guys like me anyway. But just trying to find some advice. So where I work for the government. So they're mandating the vaccine. You have to take it. But then again, they're not forcing you because you could quit, right? But when you can't afford to lose your job. What's the word of advice for me? What do I do to change? I mean, we the people should have a say.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's been ruled that they can do this to you, so you don't have – I mean, it's all about the stand you want to make. Do you have natural antibodies?
I do.
Oh, boy, wow, that would be tough.
Well,
man.
do you have any can you ask for an accommodation? Can you ask for religious – exemption or any of that?
Yeah, they make it available for you can ask for a religious exemption or a medical exemption, but then they send out you got a letter that says if you grant one, they can still deny it, of course, and if they grant it to you, they'll find some accommodation for you to stay working here.
Well, I would definitely.
I would file. Yeah, I would file it, and at least that'll be something to put in your folder when you hire a lawyer and sue them.
Yeah, and because what I would say, here's my medical. Now, don't do this because it won't work. But my medical exemption would be, I have natural antibodies, you idiots.
Yeah,
right. So, isn't that what I'm supposed to get with the vaccine? I've already got what you want me to get.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, I would do the things that are available to you, like Bubba said. So then, if you do end up losing your job, when you come back to sue the federal government, when all this goes south. Because everybody starts to protest that they shouldn't have been forced to do this.
Yeah, it may take you a while, but nobody in the government wants to feel like they're going to lose a vote. So eventually, if there's enough people doing that, they'll reimburse them or give them some money so they'll hush and they won't be held against them in an election.
That's right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Be the squeaky wheel. It always works.
So you use what you got. Jeff in Wisconsin. Hey,
yeah.
Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go Badgers. What's up?
Yeah, I was just y'all talking about the inflation on I-95 in Boston. There's a truck Oasis with a McDonald's, and the starting pay is $17 an hour, but a Big Mac meal costs you $12.
It's like we live in a fantasy world.
And a pack of cigarettes is like $15.
Yeah, we've learned that once somebody's addicted to nicotine, you can charge whatever you want.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still
whatever.
Of course, that's because it's addictive. But
right.
Yeah.
The day's coming where the entry level pay is probably going to be about $50,000 a year, but every house is going to be $1 million.
Right.
So that's all it's going to be.
Right.
You're just going to have to learn more numbers to know what the more zeros mean on the end of the thing.
Yeah. Hey, look at all the money I'm making, but I can't afford anything.
Yeah, I can't buy a Coca-Cola.
Let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
What's on your mind, buddy? Jordan.
Hey.
Hey.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. Go right ahead.
Hey, man, have y'all talked about Travis Tritt being on Tucker Carlson tonight? talking about how he was canceling any show where the promoter was requiring people to bring proof of a vaccine or a negative test.
He's not alone. There are entertainers that they're few. And who's the artist?
Travis Tritt.
Oh, Travis Tritt.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Yeah, there are some that are saying I'm not going to be part of any promoters that are requiring people to produce evidence of vaccinations or taking COVID tests to come to my shows. If that's how it's going to be, then I'm not going to play. But I didn't know he was doing that.
And it's just pushback against all of them that's requiring this.
Right.
So if they wouldn't require it again, they wouldn't be saying this either.
I go back to this again.
Which is not always wise.
And I know I'm out there in wacky land now where I'm actually
Sure,
saying
wacky man.
Some of this stuff, I think we've run the test and we have the results. Can somebody show me where big, giant crowds of people getting together to watch entertainment has led to a mass death march of COVID through society?
Well, now they will try to tell you the Trump rallies were going to do that, but apparently the Barack Obama get-together birthday bash was not.
Right. And football games and baseball games.
Listen, if anything, follow the science. If this was as bad as they said, we should have people lined up on the sidewalk on gurneys right now after college football season started, and we didn't. The numbers went down. What does that mean? If you just discount that like it didn't exist, then you're not looking at the science either.
Well, that goes back to this thing we keep saying on the show. This is a fake world. We're not even following the logical way we've done things in the past when we decide something, right?
Yep.
What is supposed to be the dictator of what we should do next? The results of what's happening, right? But it's not. So where are the unvaccinated people killing people? We don't see that. Where is the mass just overwhelming new numbers of COVID cases and hospitalizations and deaths because of sporting events? They're not there. Concerts, not there. So that should then, in my opinion, equal then these things aren't dangerous. Right?
Yeah.
Because we're trying it and we're getting the results. It's not even a theory. Well, now theoretically, no. Anecdotal, no, not really. A lot of that's going on. I think we know now. Just like I think if you go into large crowds and open areas and especially outdoors, it really does. And you know what else? Why it might not be that big a problem? A lot of people have been vaccinated and a lot of people have natural antibodies, and you're acting like the natural antibody people don't exist. They should be added in to the vaccinated people, and you look out and see we're getting to herd immunity. Right? I mean, how did we end up being the scientists in all this? I mean, this is all pretty straightforward stuff. You know, could it go back up when people go back indoors for the winter? I guess
Very well could.
Certainly
Very
could.
well
We're going to have to live with this. And some of the things that we're requiring of people are no longer necessary, and they've been proven not to be necessary. That's the weird part.
And if you look at the big numbers and the big pictures, it looks like it comes and goes no matter what you do.
Yep. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport, it's more of the Rick and Bubba Show. Check Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, again this weekend. Our guest, Madison Pruitt. Outside the studio, speaking of bachelors and bachelorettes, Randy Clark with an I, soon to be Randy Cran, is out there. And the bride-to-be getting married in November, her and the ladies. She said one of the things we wanted to do for our bachelorette party is we focused it foundationally on going to see the Rick and Bubba Show. And there they are.
Yeah.
There you go, ladies.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And thank you for making...
Randy Clark Clan.
Yeah, that's right. Soon to be.
It'll be the Randy Clark Clan.
She also said she was in the Sanger Theater the night that we nearly rained down death on everybody.
Wow.
She witnessed the event.
Seeing those people everywhere, getting emails from when we recapped that the other day. A lot of people were there. And so anyway, what a
that
great
is,
night.
I was there kind of stories.
Yeah.
I was there.
Don't want to talk about it much anymore because Sherry said when she hears it frustrates her.
Right.
If she gets upset with me.
It bothers me too.
I know. Well, let's all join the club. All right. So the update: skeletal human remains found in Florida swamp. There's an uplifting story.
Mm-hmm.
They have identified them as belonging to the murder suspect, Brian Laundrie.
Yep.
Well, now we'll never really know what happened.
Well, hopefully, maybe in that backpack, something was there. I doubt it. But maybe the parents know something that they haven't said
The parents
yet.
still are.
I don't know,
weird.
but
this
you're right.
is one of the places they told them to search, by the way.
Yeah.
So what is our theory? What happened to it? What's the range of options here?
All right.
He went over there and shot himself,
All right,
and alligators ate him, or something.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so here we go. Scenario number one: Brian Laundrie is trying to stay hidden, trying to somehow, I guess, live his life out in the wilderness. The wilderness was too much. Flooding, snakes, or alligators took him out against his will.
And he was just a few miles, really, from his house, right?
That's one theory.
Right.
Theory number two: he went out there, punched his own ticket, and his body's just been floating around out there, and animals have eaten on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I know this. I'm just shooting. Let's just get to the. Let's go.
Yeah, we're running.
And then number three: somehow he's pulled off that we think it's him, and it's not.
Yep. Maybe cut off a hand or something.
Yeah,
Threw
right.
it out there.
Right.
Check this DNA while I'm in Mexico.
I mean, I know that's outlandish now that we got the dental records, but
yeah,
still.
the dental records.
Because he'd have to cut his head off.
Then I think that's.
Yeah. I don't know how you.
Then that can't go on the list.
How can you cut your head off and still be alive? I don't know.
No.
Could you?
You can throw that out.
Well, will we know the cause of death, or was the body too decomposed and problematic?
Well, again, now we don't get to question him and find out what really happened to the girl. I mean, it's just bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre. Is there any other crazy scenario out there that somebody else is involved in all this?
I guess that would be four. It's out there.
But I mean, I would put that way.
We could get into aliens. And
I put that way down on the list.
Yeah. Somebody murdered him and drug him out there as a payback.
Now that's a possibility.
I mean, so you want to put that in four?
I mean, I don't know.
Everybody open that being four?
I think under four we could put other for sure.
Yeah. So what do you think we're going to find out? You think Punch, because the two that I think are most likely, punched his own ticket, are the conditions were too dangerous and the conditions took him out?
Well, the backpack should give us some indication. Did he have supplies in it? Is there a note in it? Is there a recording on his phone? Did he call somebody and say something to them, confess? There's got to be, we got to know what his frame of mind was. If there's supplies in it, he probably had an accident, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a note in it or a recording, maybe he's coming clean about it.
There's a notebook in it.
Seemed like you would have heard about that, though, don't you?
I'm very confused by this one part of the story that I have not seen.
What's up?
The human remains found in Florida Reserve in the search for Brian Laundrie's were bones, including part of a skull.
Right.
It's unclear how long they'd been there, but they were found by Chris and Roberta Laundrie on their first day of searching.
They pinpointed exactly where to look because the water had just receded enough for them to search that area, and apparently they got them to where they needed to concentrate on, and that's where they found him.
So they did escort them out there, and that's exactly where they said they would be.
But now the attorney for the family appeared on NBC
Saw
News
that.
and said that they had nothing to do with
Well,
hiding him or anything.
You know, the conspiracy people will get a hold of this. So why don't we just, get a jump on this? What if the parents were totally shocked when he come back without his girl and thought, well, this is going to be terrible. You're going to bring down all kind of scrutiny on us and charges. And the dad and him got in a fight about it. He hit his head and he killed him, and then he drug him out there and left him.
That'd be under 4.
Oh.
I mean, that's as good as anything right now, right?
Scenarios here.
Yeah. Y'all think y'all going to get punches on ticket? Is that where you think we're headed?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm going alligator.
Well, I'll say this: if those are the only 2 options, I hope it was alligator.
Okay, a little vengeance there.
Yeah.
The
rough. I know that was harsh, but that's not. I'm just being real. Don't want to be a liar too.
Understood. Because even though the area, snakes and alligators and flooding, you can still get in a bind.
Yeah.
Look, we
know a lot of people that are experts that there's that day that something went wrong.
Steve Irwin.
He was abusing that girl. If he murdered her and left her in a shallow grave, he has forfeited his right to live with the rest of us.
Yeah.
So whatever happened to him, good riddance.
Yeah.
Right.
And I hate it for his family because his parents have lost a son, and that's tough. I get it.
Well, they lost a son the day he was a murderer.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he made that decision, not them.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But here's the other part about it, and this would be under the 4. It still stays under 4.
4 is a big other category.
It would be 4C, and that is the real killer killed him and drug him out there so they'd find him. Well, I mean, if we're going, it's
the parents in this, to me, and again, I'm not following every move, but you just hear the media reports. They have been very bizarre in all this. One, why wasn't they totally alarmed when he came back without her? Then we have reports he was there, he wasn't there, he got supplies, he didn't get supplies.
Cutting grass.
Very vague about all that. And then they're out looking for him. The dad starts helping. And then all of a sudden they say, oh, why don't you go over there to Woolly Swamp and check that? Right here he is. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm missing some pieces of this. I know. But
they claim they went camping together, and then he ran away. Like so they don't know. I mean, they knew an idea of where he might be going.
Let me ask you
but they don't know. According to the attorney, he's being a good attorney for the family. He's upset that they are being brought in this like they had something to do with hiding him.
Here's a fair question. Are you saying they said that they come back without the girl and they go to the police, or they go camping?
Well, I mean, they're probably going off, and I don't know, Bubba. It's just the story that we have in prep I'm reading, and it says that they went camping and then he ran away.
Right.
And so I don't know if they were being duped by him as well, and he came up with some story of where she was, and then
have they ever
so they
said,
didn't know. Yeah. I don't know. I ain't
so
got
under what? Okay, let's just say that they came back and he said, "Well, she got mad at me and I dropped her off in Albuquerque or whatever."
Right. Right. Yeah.
So he comes back and hey, well, why don't we go camping? So now we're camping. Oh, he just ran away in the middle of the night. Well, why? Did y'all have a discussion? Did you have a fight? Did he come clean about something? Did you push him on something? Did he say, to heck with all of y'all, I'm out of here? Or did you just wake up and he was missing?
It may be.
I mean, there's a lot of things here that don't make sense.
It may be no more complicated, and this is not any good, bad, ugly, should have, could have. That's not good. It may be no more complicated than we are parents of a son who murdered somebody, and that made us act weird because all sorts of emotions and loyalties and do what's right are all coming at us a million miles, and we don't want to believe it, and we're thinking we love our son, but my gosh, he murdered somebody, and what you saw us do is trying to figure all that out.
So you were obstructing justice.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, and say
well,
we
then
did.
Why ain't they brought in?
Well, if this is back to that lawyer doing a good job, maybe they have all the information that we're asking about that nobody's just told us.
I don't know, but I think it was handled PR wise. The attorney could have handled this better and been updating everybody about how innocent the parents are, and they want to find him and all that. And it just doesn't seem like that was done.
Yeah, you're right. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. Still to come on today's program. Beth Mowens, where will she be? We'll warn two fan bases today, and we'll look at the matchups this weekend.
Boy, it'd be a shame if we ran out of time before that.
I know it. If that just got away from us. Looking forward to being on our podcast here in a few weeks.
Bubba, you'd hate to miss that.
Yeah. So let's go to the phones. A lot of you are standing by. All 10 lines are available, and of course, this is kind of where we move into what we're talking about. We become, the mystery machine people.
That's right.
We're there now.
Gas her up, Speedy. Time to roll
It's
again.
time to go. It's time for us to now investigate. All right, so let's go to. Boy, there's so many different topics out there. Let's go to Todd. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, Todd.
Hey, Daddy. All right, Todd, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
You, buddy.
Hey, are you there?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Gentlemen.
Todd, please.
Todd, talk. There? It's your time.
Todd,
you got it.
Todd,
go.
Todd, go.
Hey, guys.
All right, that's it. All right, so let's go to Darlene in Florida. Darlene, go ahead.
Hey, Dad. I think we confused
Hi,
him with
guys. Hey, listen, this is Darlene from the gun-toting panhandle part of Florida. And I just want to tell you, I've got your UFO thing figured out. Okay, they're abducting people to find people who can make the weaponry and win the football game. So they're having a little trouble, but that's what they're working on.
Yeah, that's from my theory this morning that aliens are coming here, but they realize they can't take us. That's why they're not doing anything. Just because they're good at travel doesn't mean they can win the fight.
There it is.
It's just a theory. North Carolina, Harley is standing by. Harley, go ahead.
Hey, Harley.
Hey, Bubba. I just wanted to ask you real quick. You say that the vaccines do work. Just wondering, how do we actually know that? Because the people around me that I know have gotten the COVID with people who are vaccinated versus people who are unvaccinated and actually got sick bad were strangely close to the same.
I know.
You heard Bubba say that it's obvious that this vaccine is leaky and it does not do what you hope they would do. Meaning, if you get this, you're done with it. There's been people that have not been vaccinated, don't have antibodies. They get COVID, they get sick, they have symptoms, they get through it, no problem. And there's fully vaccinated people that have a similar experience. Look, there's all kinds of individuals. I think Bubba's just saying in general. It looks like the vaccine does some good.
Work. I think it does work.
It does some good.
The science on it is it does work. It's not perfect.
Is it factual that some fully vaccinated people and unvaccinated people have about the same experience with COVID? That's true. But individual human beings and all the different guys, I've seen people that I thought, would really, really struggle that have gotten through it. I've seen some people that I thought wouldn't struggle with it at all that really struggled with it. I've seen people that have had it, that were fully vaccinated and it seemed to help them. I don't think we see a whole lot of people. There have been some. Colin Powell was just the latest, but in all fairness, he had lots of comorbidities. But there really haven't been that many fully vaccinated people that COVID has killed after they had the virus. But in all fairness, percentage-wise, COVID doesn't kill people much at all anyway. It's killed a large number of people, but not a high percentage of people. So I know I hear what you're trying to say is, and I think we put it in a fair category. Do the people who are fully vaccinated and the people who have natural antibodies seem to have a little more protection than those who don't? It seems like they do.
And I will tell you, doctors who I trust, who believe and have a life view, much like all of us do, have told me, who I trust, absolutely have said, look, this is what I see. The people who have the vaccine are having an easier time with the sickness. They're having a better outcome with the sickness than those who have not been vaccinated or have natural antibodies. That's what they're telling me. I do believe that is where we're at on this.
In general, that's correct.
I'm not anti-vax. I don't think it's a perfect one. I think you'll see a redo on that coming sometime in the near future. And but I think we had to start somewhere because there just wasn't enough natural immunity, and the first people that were getting hit by it, the older folks were suffering the most, and we had to try something. And it's made a difference. I do. I'm not anti-vax. So, and I'm not going to be anti-vax just because somebody said.
Yeah, well, I think his
I've got
problem
to have
was,
a little more truth to
his
it.
problem was he don't want you to be pro-vax. That's
Right.
where he was coming from.
Well, I in some cases, I would get it if I didn't have antibodies.
Right.
And I have family members that got it. We have members on the show that got it.
Now, we do not believe that it gives you more protection than your natural antibodies.
I don't right now. No.
I just don't think the evidence is there for that. Let's go to Lisa in Alabama. Lisa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering, did Brian actually return to Florida in Gabby's van? And if he did, wouldn't that implicate the parents more as being complicit in what happened?
So the van, he brought it back. Are you saying what did he do with it?
I mean, wasn't it Gabby's van? Didn't he come back in Gabby's van without Gabby? I mean,
I don't know whose van it is. Was it her van? I don't know whose van it was.
She was living with them, but I thought it was his van.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But yes, he did return with it, right?
Yeah, he did.
And not her.
Yeah. Look, the investigation of the family begins now.
Yes.
They had to figure out where this guy was before all that began.
I would say the worst news in all of this, not only for their family losing a son in this, but now they are the only people left to be suspects in this, and they're going to be looked at very closely.
Jordan is out of Heflin, Alabama.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead.
Hi. Referring to the Brian Laundrie case, it was actually Gabby's van. I think that it's a little suspicious how happy he was in the pictures on the family trip they took after he came back without her. I think that maybe it was a maybe like a farewell trip for him. And it was also found out that he was on some sort of medication. I don't know what medication it was, but maybe he ran out of that medication and lost his mind and did off himself. And then the alligators and everything just kind of ate away at him, and his parents didn't know, maybe.
I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, that's as good as anything.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go to Ed in Alabama.
But was he vaccinated? Is the question.
Well, Ed, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to circle back around to Joe Obama and the comments this morning about the economy. I think it's really, really terrible that Joe Obama would tell everybody to go look for another job. You know, I work for a company. We're 50% down right now because somebody else might pay better.
Yeah, it's this
Joe Obama. That's fine.
That's funny. It really is. Guys, look. Do any of us think right now that the president is going to get up at a press conference and say all the things that we know are happening that are negative? That's not how politicians work. Every time they get up to talk, if you think they're going to get up and say, "Let me tell you how I'm messing this country up,"
and take credit,
that's just not going to happen. It's always going to be that everything they're doing is correct, and if you disagree, then you don't understand how the world works.
Yeah, there's more spinning than a water spout, you know?
Yeah, so that's why you got to kind of develop your own education on what works and what doesn't, because what they're saying is meaningless. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past. I love, got a photograph, picture of. As we make our way back, simplysafebubba.com teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show and adding the new ultra-wide 140-degree field of view 1080p HD resolution and 8x zoom. And now you know what's going on inside the property and you're protected, but you also know what is going on outside as well with a beautiful view. You also have the ability to see day or night. The color night vision and the built-in spotlight are fantastic. So if you'd like to add this to a system right now, we'll get you 20% off the new system, and your first month of monitoring will be free when you enroll with their interactive monitoring, which is about $15 a month. No hidden fees. You install it yourself. It's just a better way to do security, and now they've added this really cool outdoor camera. SimplySafeBubba.com to get you 20% off the entire new system. And then first month of monitoring will be free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You find that under the sponsors button. All right, so let's talk a little college football. College football coming up this weekend. Tough to find a good matchup. I will report to the fans that we do not see Helmsy wearing anybody's hoodie, so I think we're okay there.
Yep.
But I'm done talking sports for a while. People can't handle it.
I know. You
can't handle it. I got other things I can focus on, and it's just not worth it, Rick.
So there's some things
nobody's appreciative of anything these days.
No.
Yeah, for some reason, with all the things going on with Coach O and Lane Kiffin, I guess the 2:30 CBS game, we still like that just because who knows what's going to happen with those two characters on the field.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, the off the field stuff may be better than the on the field stuff, and with Ole Miss, you never know. I mean, who knows?
And they're playing at home, so at least fewer things should be thrown at Lane Kiffin.
If I could see Lane walking down the sideline with "Flip the Script" by Ed Ogeron, that'd be something.
Golly, that's so good.
I'd love
if
to see
I was
that.
Kiffin,
You may see it.
I would take that golf ball and keep it in my pocket all year long as good luck.
Yeah,
because he took it to the.
What if he wore it as a necklace?
Yeah, why not?
So that I'm looking here. Can you believe that none of us care about Tennessee at Alabama?
Well, Rick, it's been years since that game mattered.
Does anybody know the last time that Tennessee beat Alabama?
Well,
anybody
Rick,
give me a number on that?
I
Somebody
said
give
on
me
this
that?
show a long
Peyton
time
Manning.
ago, to have a good rivalry, both teams have to have a chance at winning, and both teams have to win at some point in time to keep the rivalry alive. And this one just hasn't been very good. Bless the Tennessee fans' heart. I mean, I know it's been tough. I know some of them. They can't believe it. They feel like they are down and somebody's got their knee on them and they can't get up.
Last victory for Tennessee over Alabama 15 years ago, 2009.
How about that?
15 years ago. So kids getting their driving license, learner's permit, have never seen Tennessee beat
Braden,
Alabama.
my son, has never seen it. Not one time.
See, that's
15 years.
Caroline hadn't either, by the way.
Yeah, that's a long time ago there, folks. So that isn't much of a rivalry. Anybody think Tennessee can do anything with Alabama? No, no believers. Not even Tennessee fans.
I'm not saying a word, Rick.
Isn't it homecoming for Alabama?
Speedy's giving me a thumbs up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. So,
Boy, whoever thought that?
Yeah, that you'd invite Tennessee for your homecoming game so everybody gets into play.
So we'll see. I'm looking for something intriguing. No offense, I know this upsets people in South Carolina, but the fact that Clemson's not even ranked and South Carolina's not any good. By the way, Clemson's not ranked.
Yeah.
When's the last time?
Wow. Tough season.
Been a while.
Well, Rick, they're playing for bragging rights.
Okay, well, they're not playing each other, but I'm just talking about.
Well, it just shows you how hard it is to keep this up.
In the state of South Carolina, neither team, let me tell you something. I'm more apt to watch Clemson than South Carolina. When South Carolina's on TV, it's like whoever. I just can't watch the game. It's just one of
when they're at home, it's an awesome party for about 3 minutes.
But that's the thing.
Because that intro is phenomenal.
And that's what gets me.
Yeah.
And like Greg said, I think Steve Spurrier has done all you can do with South Carolina. I think that if you're wondering, well, how good can South Carolina be? I think that was it.
Well, they won the East. They won the East. Went to Atlanta.
Yeah, got whacked. But they
went to Atlanta, Rick.
Right, you're right.
Well, Coach Lou.
Yeah. But it's something about the uniform, and it always bothers me when somebody has a really good pregame tradition, but the team's not any good. You know what I mean? If you're going to have that kind of hype coming on the field, it's just over so fast. But
and do you think too there's some aggravation because they went, wow, Clemson did it, why can't we?
Right, that always is the case. But Clemson down as well. So I don't really see USC at Notre Dame.
That used to be a monumental game. I mean, that was when we had 3 channels. ABC Wide World of Sports would cover that and break in with updates from the Globetrotters on a battleship somewhere.
Oh yeah,
on an aircraft carrier in the Middle East.
Yeah, those are 3.
Oh, good night.
I was so hoping we'd run out of time. Me too.
So there goes the air horn, air raid siren. There's 2 college football fan bases that have been assigned Beth Mowens. 3:30 on ESPN2. I'm so sorry. That is 2:30 Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. Beth Mowens and Kirk Morrison. Greg, it will be the Maryland at Minnesota game.
The Terps.
Boy, that ought to be a good one.
Beth headed up to Minnesota.
Gophers.
Hey, Bubba, you want me to go by and do anything up there where Kirk and I are in Minnesota?
We're
Beth
good.
Mowens here.
We're good.
She gonna talk to PJ.
How about those Vikings?
Row the boat.
Bill Bubba Boussoir, how about those Vikings?
How about them?
Not picking up many yards. Not many yards.
The only time they win's when they have no chance.
You know what Maryland is, don't you? You know their mascot, Terrapins?
Yeah,
Terrapins. Those terrible Terrapins. They'll be battling Golden Gophers.
Somebody row the boat.
How's old row the boat doing?
Not
'Cause he
so
was,
well.
Boy, he was hot there
Not
for a
so
while.
well.
Got upset by Ball State or somebody, but I think they turned it back around.
Hey, Ball State, uncomfortable to say when female announcer.
Yes,
I mean, he was
uncomfortable to say.
Every time there was a job opening, he was on the list. You know, back then.
Tough for old Beth to say Ball State.
Yeah, that's tough.
Haven't had that one yet. But the Terrapins, terrible Terrapins. How about Tua Tagovailoa's little boy?
Yes,
Little
he's still
brother.
the quarterback. I haven't
Is
heard
a
a lot from him.
Tagovailoa there, Kirk Morrison?
I know he was the starter, but I think he got pulled. I
Not
may be
sure
wrong.
who's quarterbacking, but Mom will tell you when I get there.
And their coach is the former Alabama
Minnesota,
coach,
row the
Loxley.
boat.
Yeah, former offensive coach.
Nobody rowing the boat right now. In Minnesota.
You haven't heard
Golden
him on
Gophers.
the. You haven't heard him on the list for coaching vacancies lately. I
People
don't know
not
why.
as excited
What happened?
as they once were. Not
Who are
many.
you talking about?
I'm talking about rowing the boat. Can't think of his name right now.
P.J. Fleck.
PJ Fleck. Mama's didn't get much sleep last night.
Understood. I get it.
Yeah, PJ Fleck. Nobody rowing it anymore. Nobody wants Coach Fleck to row the boat. Hope he didn't pull a hammy. Hope
It's
he didn't
almost
pull
like
a hammy.
it's almost like he lost an oar.
He lost one
I
of his
don't think
oars.
they're a disaster by no means. They got upset by one person, but I think
Nobody
didn't they
interested.
win a big win last week against
What's
somebody
their
that was
record?
decent.
Nice motivational speech. Not a lot of wins. That's the problem. Mama's sitting here rowing that boat for PJ
Row it.
Fleck. Mama will be ready to go for the 330 kick. Toe touches leather, Bubba.
We're underway.
We're underway right here. Send it down to Kirk. Mama's here. Here comes the yards. Look at that tackler. Everybody, the pageantry. You are looking live with Bette Mowins and Kurt Morrison.
And so that's anybody dial over and check that one out.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be all over it.
Is Tagovailoa's little brother still the quarterback there?
Tua Tagovailoa.
You know he was. I don't know if he's.
It says Minnesota's 4-2. They're in second place. And,
Yeah,
they
expect
beat
more.
Nebraska.
Big Ten West. right?
Everybody beats Nebraska, Greg. Mama
That's a good
knows
point.
this.
How about
That's a good
Nebraska is in dead last of the Big Ten West?
Beating Nebraska.
Is
No,
that right?
the Huskers. No longer the Huskers. Huskers, not a big deal anymore.
Not a big deal.
Everybody
Yeah.
beats everybody Huskers.
You talking about
In
Tiny Scott
Nebraska.
Frost?
There's a little
What-
tiny
what-
Scott
what-
Frost talking to
seriously?
Bill Baba Boussois.
Seriously, what has happened to Nebraska? How can you go that far down?
Huh?
His
Not a
brother
big-
does play for Maryland, by the way. He's still there.
Is he starting QB?
Yeah. No,
Will,
I'm
will I
not.
be talking about young Tagovailoa?
He must be.
Talia?
You might.
Is he the starter for the terrible Terrapins?
I know he did start. I don't know if he still is.
Still out
According
there?
to this, he's their guy.
Tagovailoa? Yeah, have you been down to see his daddy's camp there in Alabaster? Not far from the Warriors. Greg, you and your boys got a big one tonight.
Yeah, you gonna be there, Beth?
Mama, be down there calling the Buccaneers against Warriors. Yeah, pull a
Man.
hammy, picking up yards. Somebody needs to get a timeout.
So,
Oh my God,
so there it is. Beth Mowins,
Bethy,
Maryland at Minnesota.
boy, that's a. I mean, you just hear that, it makes you really want to turn the channel and set your
Mama's
clock.
coming to the home of Purple Rain. Drop over and see Prince's place a little bit. Go see the sights. Go check out the Vikings. Where's that big ball up there? Cotton ball.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast again this weekend. An in-depth conversation with Maddie Pruitt this weekend. She's got the new book. It was we interviewed her when it was pre-order time. Now it's out, made for this moment, and we get it in much more detail and very, very interesting conversation that should be super beneficial. So check that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so Bubba, we I know that you are you've driven the wheels off this truck that everybody's trying to buy. Well,
no, it's actually for a diesel. It's still got a lot of life left on it. We're getting it repaired, update.
Yeah.
And, we were hoping to have that this week. Looks like it'll be next week.
Yeah.
And
just what you need
don't
to do.
hold your breath.
It's kind of the way you need to go in the world that I've gone into now on projects. If people are repairing, building, fixing anything, just get to the mode that you think it'll never be done.
Yeah, well,
and
that's pretty much where I'm at.
Yeah, and then you'll be surprised the day they finally say it's ready. You're like, wow, that was quicker than I thought. What, really? What were you thinking? I was thinking never. So then it always comes in quicker than you thought because you think never.
Right.
So
then you're surprised and you're happy.
Right.
Well,
this has led to you're having an automobile deficit.
Yeah. We're a little short here.
Yeah, and by the way, when that truck is finished, let me sell it. I'll get you top dollar for it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning. I think we're going to sell it on the air here.
Just give it to me, and look, I will.
I heard it's going to be part of the 12 working days of Christmas.
It may be.
Yeah.
Of course, due to budget cutbacks and things that happened due to COVID, it may be the 6.5 working days of Christmas this year.
I was going to ask you. We need to. I haven't even. Are we even going to be able to have that this year? I don't know.
No, we have a few days.
Yeah. By the way, remind me too. In the next segment, I want to talk to you about our moving to a new studio and what's happening all around us. All right, so what I've heard you talk about trying to go, and here's one of the big problems is trying to find cars.
Yeah,
you can't find them.
There's a real problem now. New, used, it's just due to the supply problems, and everybody's well familiar with that.
Matter of fact, somebody said they had some coming the other day and the train hit them.
Yeah, they did. They hated to lose those.
Right.
So I've actually been out just kind of looking around, seeing what's out there. I hadn't had to get out and look for a truck in 22 years, Rick. So been a while. But, while I'm out there, Rick, doing a little research, I love technology. And, this is actually a tech segment, I guess.
Is it really?
Yeah. Huh?
Yes.
Always and forever.
So tell us,
Rick, I had to go on a test drive in a Tesla yesterday. And I've rode in a couple. This is the first time I've drove.
You had to.
I had to. Okay. And I had the lovely Betty Lou along with me, and we took a Tesla Model 3 Performance out for a little ride. I brought you a little clip here to see it in action. Look, Mom, no hands. We're headed to the beach. What a great day to be out here driving. Thanks, Elon.
Thanks, Elon. So you're in the automatic drive mode there?
Yeah, it's autopilot. It's driving itself. I'm just along for the ride.
How'd that feel?
Very strange. You don't want to take your hands off the wheel, because I just, I want that ability to do that. But I had to test it out, much to Betty's dismay while we were on the interstate.
She didn't like it?
Well, it's just unnerving when whoever you're riding with doesn't have their hands on the steering wheel.
Well, see, it's one thing to say I'm going to let Jesus take the wheel,
right?
But as opposed to Elon Musk take the wheel,
right?
Yeah,
yeah, that's right. So the car. It's strange when you first get in. There's no gauges, no panels, nothing except what looks like a big iPad sitting in the middle. And you basically can just tell the car what you want it to do. If you tell it an address and put it in the autopilot, it will drive you to that address. Or you can just get on the highway and drive and put it in autopilot, and it will keep you in that lane and keep you from hitting anything. And if you change lanes, it will check to see if it's available, and it will move you over.
How do you tell it to change lanes? You say
with a blinker.
Really, you just turn that on.
Turn the blinker on, and it will look and be sure it's okay, and it'll go right over, and then just start driving in that lane. It'll slow down, speed up, do whatever it needs to do on its own.
So what if you accidentally hit the blinker? And does it still look? I guess.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And it'll say, "Hey, can't get in the lane now."
It'll say, it'll give you a warning, and it won't move.
Will it say, "Hey, you going around the world left"?
How sensitive is that wheel? Like, how do you take control back?
If you want to, it has a turn signal on the left side, and it has the thing where you would change forward, reverse, neutral, on the right.
Okay.
If you want to go into autopilot, you just click it down twice. It lights up autopilot and it drives.
What happens to the wheel at that point? Does it lock it down so that it can only do it, or can you just automatically take control when you want to?
Well, if you want to take control back, I'm sure if you hit the brake or something, you can. But if you want to disengage it, you just go up once with it. And the strangest thing was there's nothing else in there. And you feel air coming out because there's a little thin vent that goes all the way across. So it was it's an experience. I mean, I know the future of driving is going to look like that, but Rick, it's just really strange to be able to get in and see a car do all that it'll do by itself.
How proud are they of them?
Well, they like them. They're not as bad as they used to be because there's a lot more of them. But they're all used vehicles. They're very proud of now.
Oh yeah,
because
is that a used one you were in?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I don't think Bubba actually had the autopilot on the Tesla engaged. I think something else was steering it.
Oh, that's funny. They call that one the
belly
that seat won't
wheel.
go back. Can that seat come back one more?
Well, it's really kind of a bad angle there. It wasn't that cramped at the time that I remember.
Right.
You were just so excited you didn't know.
And boy, she'll go. It's all you need.
Look at him.
So, if I was going to buy a used truck or a used one of these, are they in the same ballpark?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You're talking about.
I say proud of trucks now.
This is a Tesla 3 Performance model, which has a few more bells and whistles on it. 16,000 miles. You can get it for 68. A big truck's going to run you 68 to 80 in that range.
What about, which is unbelievable?
I know. That's twice as much as my first house, by the way.
Of course, it's electric.
Oh, I know. Mm-hmm. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Just batteries. We've driven the electric cars before. We drove one the power company had, and I think Greg drove the same one.
Oh yeah.
The thing about it that's so odd is it doesn't have a transmission, so it doesn't shift gears. So you don't have that accelerate, pause, accelerate. It's just the curve goes straight up. So it just accelerates, just keeps going, which is a strange feel for. But as far as the body of the car and the look and the handling of it, it's very much like a sporty type car now would drive. Felt very good.
So, if you is the world getting? Are we ready for all the battery needs?
I don't know. That's been my concern all along. Right, and the power grid, and all that. We're going to trade one problem for another.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about right now. If you got an electric car, is there enough out there that you can?
Well, you have a plug-in that you can just plug into 110, like in your garage, and charge it up overnight. But it may, depend on how low you run it down, it might take longer than that. But you can get a rapid charger put in that will charge it overnight.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we get you ready for a brand new weekend. And thank you for being with us as we work through the stories coming up this hour. And your phone calls will be part of it. Welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussey. Buddy, how are you?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Look at me and my little Tesla. I'm going to send that to young Broderick. Young Broderick, one of his goals is to be successful enough and make enough money to get a Tesla. He wants he wants a Tesla. And I said, buddy, we get good luck to you out there. Go, go make it happen.
I'm in that market too. I want one just to play with.
I don't drive electric cars.
That's just it. That's like a rule.
I'll do that when they become life changing.
That's one of my rules. No electric.
So anyway, I'm sure if that becomes a new thing, like I said, I'm all about this becoming a better way to transport yourself. Yeah. I'm not for we're doing this because we're going to save the world.
Well, I like
because that's not going to happen.
I like having the free market of having choice what you want to do.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can get a regular kind of car, or you can get one with that's diesel, or you can get battery.
If it warrants it, what I don't like
hybrids, it'll do a little everything.
What I don't like is elevating one over the others as if it's the one that the true people who love people and love the world drive.
Well,
yeah. So
you know what I'll drive? I'll drive things I like to drive.
Sure.
That's kind of how I do it.
Well, and like you've already laid out 1,000 times, saying the electric car is going to save the earth. No, it may just be a better way to travel or a preferred way to travel, but it's not going to save the world because you still have a different problem. Still have a problem. It's just a different problem.
So many times, physics teaches us that everything's a trade-off. So. We see that in electricity. We see it in a lot of things. Yeah. You just so many times we trade one set of problems for another.
All right, so I thought
that may be the case here, and I think people are too naive to realize it.
You are correct. You and I and Greg, you've been around long enough now. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, even the new guys are plus a decade now.
Yeah.
What are you, 13 years?
Something like that.
12, 14,
13,
12, something?
13, 14.
Adler's right in there about the same. 11. Helmsy's about
12.
the same. 12. So
I'm just throwing numbers out.
To use the word the new guys now really doesn't really exist. We all been here a while now.
No, yeah.
Bubba and I, you and I have been here a long time. So we've been
Y'all are the old guys.
We've been through changes. Okay? I mean, one thing that is never going to change is the fact there's going to be change. And so we are ending an era at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport at the end of the year.
Yep.
It's been our home for 13 years.
Yeah, about.
Yeah. And look at her. I mean, she's a little worn. I mean, she won an award when she was new, and equipment's getting a little outdated. Yeah, it's getting a little clumsy. Some things not working as well as they once did. But it's home, and we've got our offices like we like it. And of course, one of the things that was most intriguing about this, sadly for our show, is that there was eating places within walking distance. That were easy to access. I know that some of you say, does everything y'all do revolve around access to food? It does feel that way at times, I know.
Well, sure.
But
it does cross our minds,
right,
I'll be honest with
yeah,
you.
we do think about it. So now, almost, there's things happening now here at the Plaza that I'm starting to realize are almost cruel. I don't know if you've been paying attention.
Yeah, I have. I try not to think about it.
And so, have you seen the latest one?
No.
Okay, so
What now?
So we were the ones that tried to bring life back to this rundown Vestavia City Center.
All right.
Okay?
Sure we did.
And when we got here, didn't nobody want to be here, didn't have any good restaurants, hardly at all. Had one good one that left. Remember we had that meat and three that we were so excited
wait
about.
there all the time.
We've seen restaurants come and go. They throw some Panera bread at us to make us feel terrible. And then you start picking up a little steam. We get us a First Watch that we like and Zoe's, but still those are those are a little more frou-frou than they're close and they're in walking distance. Had a Samo Southwest Grill, it left. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden things begin to get kind of excited. Taco Mama showed up. We're like, whoa,
turned the corner.
Whoa, wait, look here.
Crumble cookie.
Yeah, they got a cookie place popping up. Look over here. And now, of course, I will say this, don't be fooled by the name Chopped. That happened to me at their first location in Birmingham. I thought that was going to be a steakhouse.
It's a salad place.
All it is a bunch of salads. So don't get fired up about that.
Well, I like a good wedge salad every now and then.
Well, they ain't got that. You ain't going to go order one of those and see what happens. But anyway.
What do they got over there?
Just a bunch of salads. You couldn't. You couldn't find. It's like it's another one of these places where if you see men in there that are straight,
right,
they're in there with their wife or their girlfriend.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You don't
I
see.
can't go there by myself.
You don't see any man in there by himself.
What in the world is that?
It's just a bowl of lettuce and it's. You know what that,
Is that a bowl?
You could take that bowl and give it to a cow and he'd say that sounds good. Okay.
Wow.
But anyway,
So I got to check that out.
the women
You
love
like
these
that?
chopped places and all that. You ain't gonna love Chopped. But anyway, coming
wrong with
soon.
you?
But hey, coming soon, pizza place.
Really? Where?
Oh, right there.
Where?
Right there by Chopped. So,
And I think some kind of burger joint, something.
yeah, got another burger joint coming.
We just
And
had
then-
an ice cream place.
And then one that I think you must have missed has nothing to do with food, but there's one that you just missed, and I just saw the sign go up. Massage therapy.
Yeah, I saw
I'm
that.
talking about
Yeah,
with half
I
a
saw
block
that.
from.
Bubba loves good therapy.
Walking distance.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's about to be a massage therapy place. I mean, I'm talking about right there.
So you can go get your salad and get a massage.
That's right.
right.
Boy, you can really
Yeah.
frou-frou
What I'm trying to say is, as we are exiting,
The place seems to be expanding.
It's now becoming. We're getting all the things that we wanted for years.
Yeah, I know.
And
well, Rick, we can see them on our way out.
Yeah, and I ain't even going to talk to you about the tennis places going up.
Yeah, tennis and more.
Tennis and more. That's okay.
You know, it hurt Bubba when I first came here. There
Yeah.
was a place you could get a haircut right here.
Oh yeah, remember that? You were that was excited about that.
Yeah.
Now, but
That's gone.
So, and I got news for you guys. Where we're going. I mean, sending out for food is going to be problematic.
We're going to have to drive. There's no
a lot
walking.
of places, yeah, but you're going to have to get in the car to get there. So.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some things across the street, but it's a good
walk.
It's a good.
I
Clip.
mean, you got to drive.
Yeah, you ain't walking.
I would like to think that we were the magnet for a lot of these food places coming here because they know, hey, get close to Rick and Bubba, you'll do well.
Yeah, but
maybe we can have that same effect there.
Yeah, but we're hitting into that commercial world.
I know
I mean
that.
that
I
corporate
know.
world.
Just get
when
close.
you're in corporate office buildings,
I'd
people
like
don't
a
put food in
bathroom
there.
close, much
Yeah,
like
yeah. Let's do. Let's
We're not
work on
going
that.
to. Then what about the bathroom?
Isn't it funny that like bathrooms and food is really what we're worried about?
Well, can I tell you what
they
I've
go
done?
hand in hand.
I've been talking to people since we're going to move to a corporate building.
Yeah.
I've been talking to people who work in those days, and they've said the key to the bathroom. But I told them that would only work when the show's over or before it begins. Won't work while it's on. They said there's always a floor in the building no one ever goes to, and that's the bathroom you go to have to sit down. but you can't do that in a commercial break. I mean,
no,
and yeah,
no, you can be lucky to get
I
back.
don't know if you can go to other floors. You may be limited to our floor.
Well, surely just during when it's a normal business hours.
Yeah, you can.
Like the show's over.
I don't know.
Because sometimes
I'm just saying.
you know,
I'm
like
saying,
like
I don't
I was thinking about like some of us that I'm kind of paying attention. I mean, we've been together a long time.
Yeah.
Some of us look pretty regular, and so you know, so you kind of can plan. You know what I mean?
What are you doing?
It's like back to high school again. I have to hold it.
Right.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing: my decisions on breakfast will be crucial.
buddy.
Well, it's going to be good.
Rick, what do you think about?
Run out there and the janitor's got that cart with the door blocked.
I
Let
know.
you in.
Oh, isn't that awful?
What about this, Rick? Want another cup of coffee? No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
I'm okay.
I know it's going to be some
I
adjustment.
know. Are you trying to cheer me
No,
up? or
I'm just
what?
saying when I saw
Thanks,
the
Rick.
massage
Appreciate
therapy place,
You know,
go
I'm
up-
very sensitive. About
But
stuff like
what I'm
that,
saying
Rick.
is, as you're throwing her up at this place, there's going to be a pizza place right here.
You know, I fall in
and a
love with property. Leave me alone.
And massage therapy right here. I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to drive through those two to leave.
Yeah.
I know.
Huh?
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
What do you think of that?
what do you think of that? But it may save
I
our
tell you
lives.
what I dread is just moving.
Oh, hey, moving's a blast. Hey, moving's a blast, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
that'll be
fine.
great.
We're in the middle of moving mom and dad right now, and hey, that's a
Yeah,
party.
that's
isn't
good.
it?
And we hadn't accumulated anything.
Oh no,
Oh, my basement's a mess right now.
my goal is to have a garage sale like the world here has never seen.
That's a good idea.
Any charity state bobbleheads?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Excited to be in Mangum, Louisiana, Sunday night, Man Church, at the Mangum Baptist Church. They finished 40 weeks of one of our 40-week curriculums and transitioning into the next one in January, and get to hang out and have a Man Church service with them Sunday night. You're more than welcome to join us if you're in the area. So let's. I was watching. We again inside the plaza here. We have TVs, and for some reason TV4 is on ABC. I don't know why, but toward the end of the show, The View always pops up there. And
well, that's one reason we have it on.
And the only thing worse than actually hearing The View is seeing it with no sound, and so you really get to see the disgust in their faces. But they really, really struggle when everybody doesn't get into their perfect position in tribalism. And Condoleezza Rice has been problematic for the left for a long time because she is female, she is black, and she actually was raised for a large portion of her life in segregated Birmingham, Alabama during the civil rights movement. But she is, I wouldn't say a far right-wing conservative, but certainly not a leftist and not a Democrat, and is
I'd say right of moderate.
Yeah, and she is a Republican,
Yep.
and actually served during the Republican administration.
Yes.
Of course, one of the highest ranking offices in the world. But
Right.
but anyway, but you know how the right always holds people back.
Mhm.
But anyway, so she was talking critical race theory with The View, if you can imagine.
Oh boy,
And
that didn't go well.
Well, first of all,
I heard they got a little snooty about it all.
well, here's what you're going to love. What she says is just so logical. And of course, she can run circles around everybody in the room, but she's humble about that.
Yeah.
But she's going to but she's not going to be afraid to lay out her resume because, sometimes you have to say, now, before I say this, I want everybody to realize that I think I can speak to this with some authority. And here's what she says about critical race theory. Here's Condoleezza Rice on The View.
Their children are in school 7 hours. That's a very formative period. And I think parents ought to have a say. We used to have parent-teacher conferences. We used to have PTAs. There are lots of ways for parents to be involved, and they should be. But if I could take a moment to talk about the whole issue of critical race theory and what is and is not being taught. I come out of an academic institution, and this is something that academics debate, what is the role of race and so forth. And let me be very clear. I grew up in segregated Birmingham, Alabama. I couldn't go to a movie theater or to a restaurant with my parents. I went to segregated schools till we moved to Denver. My parents never thought I was going to grow up in a world without prejudice, but they also told me that's somebody else's problem, not yours. You're going to overcome it, and you are going to be anything you want to be. And that's the message that I think we ought to be sending to kids. One of the worries that I have about the way that we're talking about race is that it either seems so big that somehow white people now have to feel guilty for everything that happened in the past. I don't think that's very productive. Or black people have to feel disempowered by race. I would like black kids to be completely empowered, to know that they are beautiful in their blackness. But in order to do that, I don't have to make white kids feel bad for being white. So somehow this is a conversation that has gone in the wrong direction.
So,
Oh, and they took all kind of issue with it. By the way.
now think about
you hear
how-
Joy. She can't hardly.
yeah, of course, I'm sure
she's,
Joy.
She's jumping in there
look
like
at-
it's she's doing a belly bust.
Let's listen I'm to sorry, Joy. Joy.
I believe that Condoleezza Rice has way more credentials to speak on this than you, considering she lived it.
Well, don't forget, Joy Behar does what I think is one of the most arrogant white things that people do, is that she feels so guilty about being white, she has to pretend to care about this more than she actually does.
Exactly.
And she tries to patronize black people while pretending that she's not arrogant herself.
Yeah.
And the way she sees black people, if everybody, and I know she doesn't really even realize it, but she really is saying that black people need white people to be offended on your behalf. Like right now, she's saying that Condoleezza Rice, for some reason, isn't intelligent enough to be offended like she should be.
Yeah, and that argument doesn't really sell,
no, it really
does it?
doesn't.
No.
And Condoleezza Rice made the great point. Why should black children feel like they're less? You're telling them that they are. Like her parents told her, that it ain't going to hold you back.
Yeah, and she said if people are bigoted, and there are bigoted people, but that's their problem. Don't use that as an excuse or an obstacle. It may be an obstacle, but it's an obstacle that you will just have to overcome. But then what she said is this:
But I do not think that we're supposed to elevate black children by making white children feel bad about being white. That to me that's the wrong way to go. And as you said, oh my goodness. Now keep in mind, most of the people on the left that will be aghast at that, they really can't logically be against it. They just know they're supposed to be. Now, if they tried to logically be against it, they really couldn't. They just know that they've been assigned.
Well, it's like joy.
Yeah,
you
right.
have a lot of them are very well off, snooty, pointed head liberals is all it is,
Right.
and they know better than Condoleezza does. That's what's really funny about it.
Well, it's just like when this conversation was brought up when Obama and Condoleezza Rice had some disagreements, and we made the point, well, surely we should listen to Obama because he was in the very racially divided Hawaii, as opposed to Condoleezza Rice, who was in Birmingham during the Civil Rights Movement. But again, it's logical. It's correct. She's not saying that bigotry and racism has been eradicated from the country because it hasn't. She is saying that somehow you're going to have to overcome whatever obstacle is put before you, regardless of your situation. And I think we should elevate black children to be proud of their beautiful blackness, but not at the cost of white children who are supposed to feel bad about their whiteness. And let's quit using this as something that we can't overcome. You know, almost like, well, I guess I'm black. I guess there's only so much I can accomplish because of what's against me. And so anyway, but again, once again, I don't know what Whoopi had to say. At least she's black and is a female as well. But of course, always the lily white leftists have to run out there and cry on behalf of black people with not an ounce of sincerity in that, by the way. It's all manufactured and just this is what I'm supposed to say, and I can't even explain why I'm saying it. I just know it's what I'm supposed to say.
Right.
Yeah. So what
Dr.
about
Rice has a very good demeanor in dealing with these kind of things, where most people want to be, very passionate and fiery, and really, no matter their point, they're not helping the outcome. What
she's not going to
future's
lose her
gonna look
cool, so she's going to sit there and actually intelligently debate you. So you might want to be ready, because what you're really supposed to say is, okay, what about what Dr. Rice just said? You think she's wrong? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Not, well, you just critical race theory is number one. No, that's not what we're talking about. And we are to teach it, and you straighten these white people out. No, that's not what she said.
Right.
Take what Dr. Rice said, go point by point, and tell us why what she said is wrong.
There it is.
Not just a bunch of this is I can't be for that
Yeah.
because it sounded like it might have come from the right.
Yeah, that's it.
Even though you're a black female who was raised in Birmingham.
That's it.
So
I'd love to see her run for president, as a matter of fact.
bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. Rand Paul's thrilled.
Well, I knew when we had this story yesterday, Rand Paul was going to be ramping up.
Don't you know Fauci? Every time he goes somewhere, asks the question, "Is Rand Paul here?"
Yeah. Where's Rand Paul?
Where's he? Where is he? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Is your car protected under the car shield? If your car's out of warranty and something happens, you're going to pay for it. So get a protection plan, and if it's a covered repair, Car Shield will pay that ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You get a rental car to go with it, and you also get 24/7 roadside assistance. Get 10% off your protection plan by using the code Bubba at carshield.com. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, Rand Paul, you know how sometimes people just set their sights on somebody? Rand Paul is Fauci's nemesis.
Rick, he is locked in like a tick.
He is.
Oh, my God.
He's not going to let Fauci get away with lying. Now, remember, we've got Rand Paul, and we're going to look at some of the latest things he has to say. Rand Paul is trying to box Fauci into being guilty of purging himself.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, you keep saying things, and we keep finding out they're not true.
You're lying.
And you're lying. And now, yesterday, Bubba and I went through the story that it is now official that the NIH, that they were funding gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Yes, the National Institute of Health. This is Fauci's bunch. He's one of the higher-ups in that.
So yesterday, we get the official word that is going on.
One of the one of the guys a little further above Fauci started apologizing.
It's anecdotal.
He said, "Look, we got to apologize because Fauci has been saying misleading statements."
Yeah.
Well,
he lied, is what he said.
And what that was like blood in the water for Rand Paul.
That was, you remember that video with that, and it was some redneck guy that had all that wood piled up, and he kept throwing gasoline in it, and then threw a match.
Yeah,
and you remember the next scene? It looks like an asteroid hit.
Yeah,
that's all that was to Rand.
So
Paul.
here comes Senator Paul. Look, behind his head is an actual poster of the comment from Anthony Fauci in May 11th. 2021.
He's got it on a poster.
Greg, look behind his head.
Huge font.
And behind his head it says the NIH has not ever, nor does it now, fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And of course, yesterday a person above Fauci says, yes, we do.
Yeah,
So
in a letter.
We did.
I mean, straight up.
We didn't mean to, but we did.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, release Senator Rand Paul.
Well, yeah, but it's not really about me. It's ultimately about the safety of the country and the world. You know, if 5 million people died from a virus that came out of a lab, wouldn't we want to know? Wouldn't we want to try to prevent this from happening again? You know, they've experimented with other viruses that are much more deadly. This virus has been very deadly, but it's got a 1% mortality. What if you had a virus that had a 15%? They're also experimenting with the MERS virus. This is a coronavirus from the early 2000s that had a 50% mortality. And here's what they say. They still to this day are trying to get around the truth. They say, well, it was unexpected that it gained function. Well, how do you know if it's unexpected or not? It's unknown. If you take a virus from a cave, you combine it with a virus that has a 50% mortality, it either is going to be more transmissible or less, but you don't know in advance whether it's going to be worse or better. So when it gains function, that is something that actually is expected. Some of these viruses are going to gain function, and then the possibility of leaking out, I think, is a horrific thing for mankind. But realize that Dr. Fauci's been steadfast in this. He said early on, even back to 2012, that should a scientist catch one of these diseases and spread it as a pandemic, that the collective accumulation of science would be worth the deaths of the people who die. And that's the question people need to ask him, but nobody on the left will ask him, was it worth 5 million people dying?
So I don't want you to miss the fact that Fauci said they weren't doing this just in May of this same year, and we weren't doing that, and now they've come out and said yes we were. So why do we continue to let this person that we have documented does not tell the truth hold some level of expertise on getting us the latest information on how we should respond to the ongoing pandemic? It just seems like that if he would not be forthcoming about something this serious, doesn't that end it? How does anybody think that he still has credibility? I still think one of the weirdest ones ever was when we had that MSNBC thing after it had come out that he'd been telling us one thing about masks and secretly telling people something else, and the anchor started laughing and said, even when you get to this happen, you still come out in good shape. Smelling like a rose.
Do you remember that very heated exchange between Fauci and Rand Paul?
Oh, yeah.
And at the end of it, when Rand Paul says you're lying, Fauci says to him, no, you're lying to everybody.
Do you want a little bit of that?
Then Fauci
we got it.
We can start that.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. We didn't give him much time. Let him pull it back to 23.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Huh.
Take this and
Senator
rewind
Paul,
it back.
with all due respect, you are entirely and completely incorrect that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute
Do they fund
of
Dr.
Virology.
Barrett? Gain-of-function research was going on in that lab, and NIH funded it.
That is
you can't
not-
get away from it. It meets your definition, and you are obfuscating the truth.
Not obfuscating the truth. You are implying that what we did was responsible for the deaths of individual. I totally resent
could
that.
have
And
been.
if anybody
could
is
have been.
lying here, Senator, it is you.
But no.
Fauci should be removed and prosecuted right now. There is your evidence. There's your evidence in his own words.
Rand Paul could not have said it any clearer, and Fauci could not have denied it any clearer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you now see this up behind Rand Paul's head, this quote. You just heard him say it. He couldn't say it any clearer. You're accusing us of doing gain-of-function research at the NIH and funding it, and we did not do that. Yes, you did. And it got out, and that's why we have a worldwide pandemic.
Yep.
You're part of this. How do we let a person who's part of it happening continue to be held in some high priest of health position by anyone? This
guy-
has nothing to do about
this guy
vaccines
who is
and
responsible
natural
for it.
antibodies. All we're saying is this is not a trusted source.
Yeah.
This guy who spent our tax money to do this and is at least indirectly responsible for this worldwide pandemic is now telling you how you can spend Christmas with your family.
Yep.
Take a drink or something real quick.
That
Get a pop off.
I mean, come on, man.
How he is not prosecuted right now and serving time in The Hague, I don't know.
we got him in the Hague?
Yeah,
Now?
it's a worldwide. He
Right.
needs to be put on a tribunal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's true.
Can we not? Can we not all just say that Fauci?
This bottle.
Great, but can we not
And
say?
since we're not going to need that glass behind you much longer,
That's a good point. We might as well use it.
That's a lot of glass relief behind.
It is.
Or you know when you make a good point, you.
Oh yeah, you let it right.
You
know,
shake it like
hey,
that, son?
You let it hang there.
I mean, it is.
Please look behind Rand Paul's head.
That's bad. It's really good. What if Fauci?
That's a
Bobby,
lie. He didn't. We now know he was not telling the truth.
And
Guys,
Rand Paul's displaying it for everybody.
NIH
I don't think
couldn't do it
Fauci-
here because it was too dangerous. Took it to Wuhan because the Chinese couldn't care less if they
they don't
of their
care.
people they kill.
They shake hands with danger daily.
We had people. We heard this early on that we sent our people there to say, hey, what's the what how are we looking secure wise? And they came back and said went to the Wuhan lab, and I'm telling you, that place is not secure.
Rick,
We know
look,
that.
I don't think Fauci meant to kill 500.
No, I'm not saying that.
500,000
What if he
people.
did though?
But his actions, it all got away from him, and he was not forthcoming. See, early on, if he would have said, guys, we got a problem. We've been sending money there. They're doing research. We got to find out what happened at that lab. But he knew the trail would lead back to him, so hey, somebody had a bat sandwich. Ha ha.
Yeah.
And social media went along with it. They
Uh-huh.
shut anybody who said this was taken down.
That's the part that's
because
so
you're
outrageous.
lying.
Oh my God!
You
How
see their
dare
whole,
anyone say this truth?
They got all of them together. You got everybody, and you got your media wing, and you got your social media wing, and they shut everything
Shut
down.
everybody. You're
when
not
it
going
doesn't
to
go.
conspiracy theorists,
Yeah.
basement dwelling. How about this? Tea Party loving, capital charging. Let me go back to this. What Fauci is saying,
dirty.
it would be
in
like
this.
us going to Alec Baldwin right now and saying, "Now look, you may not have meant to do it, but you picked that gun up and you shot it and, it hit somebody. I know that might not have been your intention. I never had a gun. You're not going to sit there and tell me that I picked up a gun that I thought that was a prop. That didn't happen. We're not saying that that did. No, that didn't happen.
We don't
this
know.
person's dead and you were part of it. No, I wasn't. I didn't pick up any gun and think it was okay.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yes, you did. I mean,
we don't know if it would have made a difference in the outcome, but right away he should have been transparent about it.
Yeah.
Said we did fund research there. It was gain of function research. We've been doing that because we think it's for the betterment. So we have these things if pandemics come out, and this one got away from us. That's what he should have done.
And how about this? You can either say we thought it was secure enough. Obviously, it wasn't.
And
so this is how we need to approach this.
And as he said, we got to be prepared for the next one because this is still going on and much worse viruses.
Speaking of China, they've shut down the Celtics.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Coming up this weekend, grab that wherever you get podcasts. We interview Maddie Pruitt from the 24th season of The Bachelor about her new book, Made for This Moment. Enjoy that this weekend, the book now out. All right, so as we come back, we've had this, we've all kind of rolled our eyes every time that LeBron James wants to lecture us on racism and mistreating people and slavery and all of this while
underserved communities.
Yeah, underserved communities. While being in a financial arrangement and being in a deal with an NBA that, of course, has a deal with communist China.
Chi-coms.
The Chi-coms, because the Chi-coms give them a giant audience and lots of money. Well, Inez Cantor has had enough of it. He is the Boston Celtics center, and he has said what you cannot say about China involving this is
another area they're sensitive with.
Yeah,
Tibet.
They do not like freed Tibet. If you don't believe that, just ask the what was the actor that really got on board about that?
Richard Gere.
Richard Gere. Yeah,
he was all about the Dalai Lama. Really.
Well, and how about this? We'll get you what happened after this. But the Chinese government did not enjoy this speech. Here it is.
My message to the Chinese government is free Tibet. Tibet belongs to Tibetans. I'm here to add my voice and speak out about what is happening in Tibet. Under the Chinese government's brutal rule, Tibetan people's basic rights and freedoms are non-existent. They are not allowed to study and learn their language and culture freely. They are not allowed to travel freely. They are not allowed to access information freely. The Tibetan people are not even allowed to worship freely. For more than 70 years, Tibetan monks, nuns, intellectuals, writers, poets, community leaders, activists, and many more have been detained, sent to political re-education classes, subject to torture, lengthy interrogations, and even been executed simply for exercising the freedom that you and I take for granted. There have been more than 5,000 political prisoners in Tibet the last 25 years. 5,000. Did you know that simply owning a photo of the Dalai Lama in Tibet is grounds for arrest? Even flying the Tibetan national flag could get you arrested. I say, shame on the Chinese government. The Chinese dictatorship is erasing Tibetan identity and culture. The cultural genocide in Tibet is so stifling that more than 150 Tibetan people have burned themselves alive, hoping that such a horrific act of sacrifice will raise awareness and attention towards the ongoing abuses within Tibet. After learning all of this, I cannot stay silent. I stand with my Tibetan brothers and sisters, and I support their calls for freedom. The communist ideology of China has been around for only about 100 years, but Buddhist civilization, ideology, and philosophy has been around for thousands of years. Only the Tibetan people should decide the future of Tibet. 100%. Tibet belongs to the Tibetan people, and I hope and believe Tibet will achieve independence. Brutal dictator of China, Xi Jinping.
Oh boy.
I have a message for you and your henchmen. I will say it again, again, and again, loud and clear. I hope you hear me. Free Tibet, free Tibet, free Tibet.
Well.
Who's that?
Now
that's the center for the Boston Celtics.
Let me ask you this: was that the clip that got him in trouble, or was it during the game when he turned to the cameraman during warm-ups and said "Free Tibet," and then this is his answer to that?
It may be, but the results, and here's the problem when you're dealing with the communists. You know what the communists say? Boston Celtics will no longer be seen in China.
Nope, we'll pull you right off.
They have blacked out. They have this big deal with the NBA, which, by the way, if you believe in protecting underserved communities and you don't believe in slavery, get out of bed with the Chi-coms.
Absolutely.
Because you looking at the biggest plantation owner the planet's got, okay? So come on, be real, guys. If you really feel that way, stand up and sacrifice. Make a difference. This is what you need to do. Get out of bed with the Chi-Coms, okay?
Yep.
And this is ridiculous. So they have a big deal with the NBA. You know, they don't want to say anything negative about China.
No.
Because this is a big growth market for them. This is where they're going to make a lot of money. And the guy, the clip I saw, he just turned during warm-ups and said, free Tibet. So I don't know which come first, the speech or that.
Yeah.
But anyway, they've got this big contract. It'd be like NBC saying, well, we're not going to show the Celtics anymore.
Yeah. The video post was Wednesday. That was followed by him wearing shoes designed by a descendant Chinese-born cartoonist and artist based in Australia. Is another shot at him.
Boy, he's all in.
It really doesn't matter. It's whether the video, the shoes, him looking into the camera. It's all the same thing.
See, the Chinese don't even want to. They don't even want to have a conversation about it. They're just used to saying, no, you're not going to say that. They don't take dissent. They don't take free speech.
Mm-hmm.
They shut it down.
So what's the NBA going to do to him? Because they were telling people that, look, we don't speak ill of China. Does LeBron James not care about the people of Tibet?
No, obviously not.
So he
won't speak out against.
He wants to support a regime that doesn't allow them to do anything that they want to do freely.
It's just, I mean, it makes your other speeches seem almost comical, really.
Well, yeah, it does.
And they're empty. They're hollow.
Well, can I tell you what it sounds like? And, sometimes you say, well, that's not what I mean. Well, sometimes what it sounds like, it sounds like LeBron James is really, really, really vocal about people that don't pay him millions of dollars. And so if he has no financial gain, and he'll speak out against the way you do things. But if there's a financial gain, suddenly he'll be silent on it. I mean, that's how it sounds. I mean, that may not be what he's wanting to portray, but
or maybe his message has not been clear before. He acted like he was supportive of groups that were suppressed and mistreated. Maybe it's different. Maybe I misunderstood his message.
Well, what he's saying is there's some groups I don't want to be suppressed.
Right. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
And that would make it a lot clearer if you just say that.
Right. I'd like to see Bubba in one of them Dalai Lama shirts like that guy.
Golly.
Picture him rolling in here Monday with one on.
Well, I don't do the Dalai Lama.
How old's old Dolly?
You know,
I've been around a while.
Here's
he going? Do they live all the time? I mean, is he supposed to be like immortal?
I think another one comes along and takes over the role.
Don't they have to? The qualifications to be the Dalai are really.
It's like the golden child thing.
It is.
That's what straight up what it is. Yeah, I don't agree with. He's 86. I don't agree with how the Dalai Lama sees the world. As far as who God is.
I'm not a Buddhist.
But I don't like communist governments that don't give you the right to worship how you want to and comes in and denies you the basic freedoms of living out your culture.
But you know what? If you want to be a Buddhist, and you are, fine. They're very peaceful people. They're not going to kill you for disagreeing with them.
Right.
They want to be left alone and do their own thing.
Also makes it unfortunately hard to keep a Chinese government from taking you over.
Yeah.
That same. I mean, I'm sitting crisscross applesauce, but I've lost my freedom.
I mean, I think we need to get some clarity on these issues from our moral leaders of our time.
Yeah, true.
And we're really confused trying to get in line and help you out.
But now the Chinese just said, no Boston Celtics for you. They're out. You won't see their games anymore. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.